Hello? Yes, Stone, I'm completely here, and I didn't go get a sandwich. I did not go get a sandwich at all. Nope. Certainly didn't do that. If you hear me chewing on a sandwich, pay no attention to this plate in the corner. Pay no attention to that plate over there. Don't look at it. If you hear him chewing on a sandwich, it's your imagination. It's your imagination. It's not happening. Delicious. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? I did yard work. Is the non-existent sandwich good? It is. It is good. It was tasty. Maybe switch over music. Yes. Yes, excellent. Today, we're going back to painting this man. This little guy. We hadn't finished him yet, so I want to paint him. I want to paint him up. I want to paint him up good. Well, at the same time, I was going to experiment with the idea of listening and reacting to certain videos. Oh God, help! You don't see a sandwich. The sandwich isn't there. Hi, Zora. But yes, I was going to once I get back from space. There I go. There I am. And drinking this imaginary soda that also doesn't exist. Ah, delicious. Delicious non-existence. I'm wondering if we should try reacting to videos while I paint. And Piper's under the table. Now that I'm eating a non-existent sandwich that doesn't exist. Totally not right. Totally not there. Now Piper's here, wanting a bit of the sandwich. Earthquake! Piper! Yeah, from under the table. Silly dog. Silly dog. Silly dog. Let me just. There we go. I can't get the plate out of the way. There's not enough room on the table. I need a new table. But yes, I was thinking about reacting to different videos. Like the police body camera footage. There's one video about Fallout 76 that I wanted to watch. Which I feel like is going to make me go say naughty words. Naughty mean words to the man who was saying that, does Fallout 76 deserve the reputation it has? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, it does. It deserves to be hated for all of eternity. For the entirety of eternity. For the entirety of eternity and time, it deserves to be sent to the bowels of hell, never to be seen again. Pay no attention to this dental floss. I used it to poke out some paint, but now I got this. Now I got the paperclip. The paperclip is much better for poking out the gunk in some paints. But yeah, that's what I thought we'd do today, and I think that'd be pretty fun. We can get this guy all painted up. I can have a seizure. It'll be all good. Piper, you're under the table again. Go, get. Cleaning your teeth. Actually, it's not cleaning my teeth. It's cleaning paints, but that's a different story. The Fallout 76 was bad, but I did have fun playing it with friends. Well, I mean, everything's fun when you play it with friends. That's everything. That's literally everything. Like if your friends are actually friends, then doing things with your friends is usually fun. But yeah. Non-existing sandwich. Non-existing sandwich. Well, you better imagine some very shitty games. Yeah, it can get really bad. Well, let's try watching one of those videos, actually. Let's try it. Let me hit the pause on that. And then we'll go over here. And we will open the tiny screen. Yes, the tiny screen. And this is from Royalty is Here. Look at mine. Mine who? Minecraft?
The airing.
This is the video from Royalty is Here, which she usually makes pretty good videos. And it's called Fallout 76 is not that bad. It's a bold statement. Only bold statements here, Cotton. Look at my vids. You have to vlog your vids in my stream now, do you?
Of season 1 and 2 of the Fallout TV show. You know, the show that the hardcore fans can't decide if they like or hate it. From the depiction of the Brotherhood of Steel to the Legion. Personally, I did not expect Macaulay Culkin,
always
the Home Alone kid, to be a part of the Legion, to say the least.
Yeah, I would definitely not expect Macaulay Culkin to be involved in that. I also would fucking point out that the Fallout TV show is shit. Like, even if you're not a fan of Fallout, right, and you have no idea what's going on with that, no, look at my vids. Don't. No, we will not be flogging our. We will not be flogging our own merch on this channel. But yeah, no, the show's bad. The Fallout 76 show is really bad. They should have like some like background music or something going on. But yeah, it's a pretty bad show. Like, leaving aside the whole, like, if you're not a fan of Fallout, you won't really know why exactly it's bad. It's got that problem with the really convenient shit writing that a lot of people do. Like, what are any ways to say it? Despite being a vast wasteland, everyone's just conveniently bumbles into each other. Writing bad visuals pretty good. Yeah, but a lot of the visuals are done in like the very nostalgia. Oh, don't you recognize this sort of thing? Which I don't know if that really makes the visuals good or not. You know. Oh, fine, Zora. If you're gonna cry, we'll watch one video. One. Just one. I've seen shows fuck up. We'll get the Fallout 76 in a second. Now I'll have all my things about that. Zora, zip. Let's see what we get. Why can't I find your channel? Zora's at V880. Here we go. Alright. What is your last video? This one?
Zora's at VA.
Is this it? What am I looking at here? What's going on here?
Damn it. I hope they're okay for now. This isn't good.
From 8 days ago.
Don't sneak up on me like that.
Oh, voice acting.
Sorry, but there's been a problem.
What is it?
He sniffles.
In that scroll you accidentally sent that human into.
What about it?
That person is now trapped.
What?
Isn't that the reason why you sent them into the scroll? To trap them?
Now.
Why else do you send people in scrolls?
Right away.
What other things could go wrong?
Oh, is there more? Oh. Intro to my series. Oh, okay. Okay, I see, I understand.
Let's see what's happening.
Paper flips.
They're locked up. Why are they locked up? Hold on.
Locked up in like a jail cell?
Over there in the script.
I'm missing context here.
I didn't put Leon out there. What's happening? Hold on. I need to see where the rip is.
You saw my Alice series and you know. Well, we're not watching the whole thing.
Leaves and becomes the villain? No. Damn it. Well, I know that just fixing the side won't help the storyline.
Oh, get over it, Zora.
I'll see how it goes. No.
Then cry you shall. I said only one. Interesting. I like the voice work. I do wish there was a bit more visuals going on than just sounds. But sounds pretty neat. Sounds pretty cool. Yes. Man, that was Zora's VA right there. I like turn my head and make my camera freak out. I hope you all like that. It was pretty neat. But let's go back to our main point. We're back onto our main topic. Applause. Good applause. Give applause. But the Piper's beating her tail. She's come back. She's re-arrived. Oh, hello, Peeper. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Ah! Hello, Peeper. Okay, no, you're not jumping up. Alright, go. Go. We're not jumping up. We're not jumping up. Do you guys what videos I make? I'm sure they're all terrible stone. They're cursed. Every single one of them. Involving inflation fetish. Every single one of them. Piper, you go outside. Making me move, Piper. Making me move. I was just getting into the perfect position. Piper, go. Go outside. Hush. Hush, Peeper. Hush. How does he know? I know many things. I know many things some would consider unnatural. Da. My ORC makes me sound like I'm Russian. There's nothing wrong with sounding like you're Russian. Anyway, we were listening to I was talking about the Fallout TV show. Like, it's not a very good show. The plot's a little convenient where everyone just kind of ends up exactly where they need to be for the story to happen. It's basically an idiot plot where nothing really makes a lot of reason or sense in the story. Lucy's a character that, despite everything that keeps happening to her, just kind of, how to phrase it, like, kind of just walks it all off like nothing happened, because the plot wants her to, like, be hardened by the wasteland. So sometimes she'll schizophrenically be like be dour and weird in some points, and then, which you'd naturally expect, and then the next episode she'll be back to exactly how she was the previous episode, like the last thing didn't even happen. For instance, her interactions with Maximus, despite the fact that her interactions with Maximus, when she finally meets Maximus and he's trapped in his power armor, she's very mistrusting of Maximus, which is like, oh, what you would expect after everything that just happened up to that point, right? And then, which, by the way, that she just coincidentally wandered off and found Maximus under a random bridge in his power armor that he couldn't fucking get out of. It makes the wasteland feel all very tiny and small, because everyone's just kind of conveniently running into everyone and everything when the plot demands that they need to run into these people. That it stretches credulity, I guess would be the way to say it. And then there's and then, like, back to that point, she's mistrusting of Maximus because she just had the run-in with the ghoul. The ghoul did all that shenanigans and shit. She got her finger lopped off, and then a robot weirdly put the finger back on, a different finger back on, because like nothing really bad can actually happen to Lucy. And then, so she has mistrust, and Maximus has to basically corral her into helping him by pointing out that she's suffering from radiation poisoning and that she needs Rad-X, which he has, to help her. Which, like, okay, so he does something to help her out, and in exchange she lets him out after not trusting him for a bit. Fine, sure, that makes sense based on everything that's happened up to this point. Next scene, they come to a bridge where two very suspicious individuals are trying to cross on the other side of it. Both people are declaring, Maximus doesn't trust them, because why would you, in this wasteland? And then Lucy goes, no, we shouldn't be so mistrusting of people. They said they aren't armed, or whatever. They said that we're going to keep our hands up, walk across the bridge, and nothing bad will happen. How dare you, Ellie? And nothing bad will happen. And then, the shock of all shocks, they pull out guns and try to kill them when they get close enough, and Maximus quick draws both of them. And then she's like, how could you do such a thing, Maximus? Like, nothing, like, the whole last series of events of what she just experienced with the ghoul and the chop shop that tried to butcher her and all that shit, the last set of bandits that she ran into before that, all that never didn't happen. She's been factory reset back to the way she was when she left the vault. And that happens to her character over and over and over again. She doesn't progress because they want her to be the plucky can't do the plucky's the way to put it, one of the ways to put it, but like the plucky, very positive character, despite the fact that they also want serious things to happen to her, but they don't want any serious consequences to actually come of it. Hence, like, the situation where the ghoul lops off her finger for trying to run away. Well, not for trying to run away, but for hitting him. As you know, there's a payback. And then at the same time, and then shortly after, the chop shop robot that's going to be butchering her and selling her for parts decides to just go, oh, you've been slightly damaged. Here, let me just give you a random finger and just stitch that on so that you are not inconvenienced at all by the fact you are missing a fucking finger. Like, again, for no reason. The robot's going to be taking her apart with a buzzsaw in a second. A lot of trying to have your cake and eat it too with that character. Maximus is a piece of shit. Like, he's just a piece of shit character. He's a bastard. He's spineless. He's fucking treats the people who try to treat him well like shit. And he just never gets better throughout the entirety of the show. but I don't think the showrunners really realize that he's such a bastard. That he's actually quite a rat bastard. Because they try to make like with certain like very morally heinous situations, things that he does, they haven't happened to characters who were, oh, but these people were mean to him. Like the Knight Templar who was just a fucking bastard. It was a bastard as well. And then the neophyte that was sent to him was one of his when he was pretending to be one of the Templars, was one of the guys who was bullying him when they were being initiates. And so it's supposed to be like, oh, bad things happen to them, so it's okay, despite the fact that everything that Maximus is doing is horrendous. I keep going, but it's awful writing in the show. Awful writing in the show. Less said about the ghoul, the better. Less said about the ghoul and his past, the better. But let's continue with this shit.
Comes off as more of a vault dweller, to be honest. There were some timeline issues, incest being mentioned like almost every episode.
And that's not including all of the cousin stuff I did, which is at least a page or two on my resume. So,
oh god.
Which ending of Fallout New?
Oh god. Don't remind me of its fucking terrible writing too. Please, have mercy on my soul.
Vegas was used for Season 2 not being clear, with most thinking it was the Yes Man ending, but some have found issues with that if that is indeed the ending they went with. There was barely any mention of the career at all, or their involvement, and overall hardcore fans just thought it was a phlegm-filled spit on the franchise and Fallout New Vegas.
No! No, not the spit! Oh, gross! Oh, it's gross. I mean, fucking not in front of my imaginary sandwich. Goddamn. Bastard.
Speculating Toddy Boy himself had something to do with it because he apparently was always jealous that the Obsidian studio, instead of the Bethesda studio, was responsible for one of the best games in the series with its story, choices...
Get from the table. I was about to say not in front of the sandwich. That is kind of true. I don't think he was involved in the Fallout show. I feel like that's just cope. Because of the show... I feel like in the Fallout show's case, it's just the usual kind of shit writing where they tried to reference a bunch of things and they just didn't really fundamentally understand it because the showrunners are more Bethesda Fallout fans than they are any of the other Fallout games. And and it ended up fucking it all up. Rather than Todd Howard being directly involved in the writing of the show to fuck up to go, yes, now make all the fucking Elvis impersonators ghouls. Have the strip be completely annihilated and have death claws everywhere for no reason. You know, like I don't think he was involved in that. I do know, but he is incredibly jealous of Fallout New Vegas. Like, that is something that, by his actions, can be categorically proven. And the pettiness of the developers not getting their bonuses because of not getting the exact Metacritic score was just fucking petty. Was just petty. It was so like you can tell that he is not a fan of Fallout New Vegas overshadowing Fallout 3. He's not a fan of that. But I don't think it had anything to do with the show.
an overall player experience. But yeah, Todd was apparently so jealous he took the reins for directing the story in Season 2 and somehow ruined the legacy of New Vegas. Well, that's what some are theorizing. I didn't think it was that bad. I did soy face and point at the screen with the one reference with the NCR Ranger shooting the Deathclaw, and I especially liked the scene where House is reactivated, especially with the music. But yeah,
that scene didn't make any fucking sense, but anyway.
In my opinion, the show wasn't that bad. We could have gotten worse. We could have got the erectile dysfunction that was the Halo TV series.
Okay, dude. Like, the problem I have with this, this logic here is like, yeah, the Fallout TV show was not as bad. Nowhere near as bad as the Halo TV show. But like, for starters, what the fuck could you possibly make that would be anywhere near as bad as the Halo TV show? We don't talk about the Halo TV show. Like, that's the thing. What the fuck could you actively have to try to make something as bad as the Halo TV show? So just saying that you're not as bad as the Halo TV show doesn't mean a whole lot. Second off, I would just prefer the show to be good. Like, is that just too much for me to fucking ask anymore? Is it too much for me to ask that the goddamn shows just be good? Like not even like mediocre or just fucking like, oh well, it's not as bad as getting fucking testicular cancer, but could we just have a good show? Is it too much to ask that the show just be good? And that we stop accepting mediocrity because it's not as bad as another thing? I think the Fallout TV show is pretty shit. Like, it's just bad. But because it presents itself in an entertaining enough way that people, it presents itself in such an entertaining enough way and that there's enough people defending this show that it gets by with just being with this pretense that it's okay when it's, honestly, I feel like we should just be expecting better at this point. We should just be expecting better at this point, especially with the sheer fucking volume of shows and of stuff being made, movies, TV shows, games, all this shit being made that's being made by people who just latch on to IPs, don't fucking care about anything about the original thing, and just bastardize it into oblivion. Even like the least worst case scenarios, like the Fallout TV show, are not very good. Is it time? I think it's time that we just stop accepting that it's not that bad, and just expect them to do better. Especially with the money behind the Fallout TV show, especially with the money behind this fucking show. Like, Jesus Christ. Sorry, that just bugs me. It bugs me personally when I hear this kind of logic, because it's just like, I don't think it's a sin to be mad that a show didn't just fucked around and didn't live up to the potential that it had. Like, 'cause the thing about the Fallout TV show is, like, not only did it not live up to the potential that it had, I feel a lack of effort to even try to live up to that potential of Fallout. To actually be a Fallout TV show. Instead, it's just kind of quirky, self-referential, irreverent humor kind of shit. Which I'm tired of. Flat out tired of. And that just started on its own for some reason. Not sure why. Okay. The Sonic Adventures 2 Live and Learn just decided that it needed to cut in right now.
Or even worse, the bastardization that was the Borderlands movie. But the show opened the
Oh, God. Again, right when I eat my sandwich, he brings up vile trash in front of me. That makes me sick. Again, the Borderlands TV show, the Borderlands movie, you have to actually try to make something that bad.
And universe to a lot of new people, which even included some of the actors of the show who, innocently enough, just wanted to try the source material, but were evidently led astray by the loyal fan base.
Oh, well, I mean that's cute. At least they're playing the games, right? At least they're going to the real Fallout stuff and actually experiencing it, and having the actors do it. That's pretty cute. I like that.
And yeah, that was a complete hoax, by the way. This was a fake account, and everybody fell for it. But yeah, a lot of...
Fuck! Well, I'll just take that back then. Nope, that's a good thing. I'm just going to take back now.
People were introduced to the Fallout games from the show, mainly Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4 and 3. But unfortunately, nobody is touching my favourite Fallout, and in my opinion, the best one, and is a direct RimWorld compare, Fallout Shelter. Don't worry, just to clarify, that was a joke.
I was about to fucking say. I was about to say, you crack-smoking maniac. Hi, eggs. Ended in ads. Lost in ad space. Can't believe. Won't pay a sub.
Research paper with multiple slides in the comments just from that sentence alone. But there is also a more infamous game some have picked up, mainly because it's one of the latest.
She just keeps coming under the table because she wants food.
No matter how much Fallout fans want to ignore it ever existed.
Are you watching copyrightable content? No, someone else's YouTube video is not copyrightable content. If someone's coming over and DMCAing me because they're publicly available YouTube video, it's fucking their own content. They go fuck themselves.
This game was indirectly responsible for a rise in country music, specifically the resurgence of the song Country Roads, and that was Fallout 76, the game that is viewed as one of the worst.
I will fucking tell you.
Behind Fallout.
How's painting going? Not well, because I'm being very distracted. I will say look, I did also listen when this game was coming out, when Fallout 76 was coming out, I listened the fuck out of Country Roads. I listened to the fuck out of that song. So many times. I was like, man, this song's really good. How have I never heard this before? Like, I listened to it so many times on loop. This country roads, take me home to the place. God, too many fucking times listening to that damn song. But it was catchy. Especially the one they released for Fallout 76, which was a slightly different version. That was really good. I was very enthusiastic of it. And it's but still,
Brotherhood of Steel and Fallout Tactics.
It's unhealthy.
Although some may argue even those are better. It's also viewed as one of Bethesda's biggest fumbles, which would have been accurate a few years ago if Starfield didn't exist.
Oh, fuck. Yep. If Starfield didn't exist, that would probably... God, Starfield. This man's just going to assault me with all the fucking horrible things that have been released in the past couple of years, hasn't he? The Starfield, that fucking game. That I don't think its release was as bad as Fallout 76, but it weren't fucking good. It weren't fucking good, that's for damn sure. I played that game for a little bit, actually. I got to the part I was playing that game for a little bit. I got to like the first. You got your ship. You made it to like the first world that you got off of after the tutorial. There was like a bandit base in front of you. Spans of dead wasteland of a moon like all around you, and then one bandit base like right in front of me. They're like, okay, well, I guess I'll go here. I got all the way to the point where I made it through the base. I got a new gun. I killed everyone on the inside. I got a new gun. It was a double-barrel shotgun. I shot it, and then I did the reload animation, and then I noticed something was incredibly wrong with this gun. And then I noticed, this gun is wrong. Like, fundamentally incorrect. It's so it was a double barrel shot. Ooh, Beaver. It was a double barrel shotgun that shot buckshot, but when you reloaded it, it loaded rifle rounds into square holes of the rifle. The barreling of the double barrel shotgun were square holes that you shoved rifle rounds into. That looked like the same model of the rifle rounds for the assault rifle I was using earlier. They couldn't be bothered to fucking change the animation to fucking put in the right shells into the gun. Piper, do you need to go outside? Hold on, I'll be right back. Go. Go. Chuffy, chuffy, chuffy. Anyway. Fucking hell. I'm just reminded of that abomination. That's about as far as I got into the game before I stopped playing. Like, that gun right fucking there, I was just like, wow, this game has, like, there was no fucking effort in this game whatsoever. And I just fucking left on the spot. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know what the rest of the adventure's like. Judging by all the bugs and glitches people found in this game, it doesn't seem to really get better. So, yeah.
I think the only people still playing Starfield are the people that fully modded it to be like the Star Wars universe, and it is actually impressive and probably the only way you can get.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. I heard that people modded Starfield to put to make it like a Star Wars universe game. It actually looked sick as fuck, actually. I was heavily tempted when I heard about it to actually pick up a copy of Starfield just to try it. I ended up not doing that, but I was very tempted. I want you to know, I had to resist to do that. Star Wars, the other beaten horse. But best to not go into any of that. Best to not leave that one alone, as I don't think my opinions on it are a mystery.
Get people to play Starfield nowadays. But Fallout 76,
yeah, pretty much.
A game that had one of the worst launches in gaming history, and that is saying something, since most Bethesda games are usually buggy on launch. I think even the Aztecs could have predicted that this would have had problems with Bethesda's history. However, Fallout 76 was apparently an exception to this expectation, because...
yeah, it was a massive, like, it was worse than any other game has ever been at launch for a Bethesda game. Worse than any of them. Like, even Skyrim at launch, right? Even Skyrim at launch was nowhere near as bad. It was nowhere near as bad as this. Like, there's a guy who made a video. He made a video that was like basically categorizing, getting all the glitches that he found into one video, and that video was like 3 hours long. That video is 3 hours long of him just noting all the glitches that have been found in the game so far. And the video only ended because he just couldn't keep making more of the video. Because it wasn't as if he found them all. There were still more. He just gave up.
Even before the launch, it was viewed as a complete disaster with a beta that was riddled with glitches and was said to be very boring. There was even a bug with the beta where if you downloaded it and tried to launch it, it would just delete itself, and some couldn't even uninstall the beta if they wanted to.
It's just fucking malware. That's all it is. Trash fire of Sonic 06. Oh god, that's a fucking relic. Oh, that's a relic, ain't it? A Sonic 06. That's a fucking... That's an oldie, ain't it? That's the one game I never experienced, whether or not if all the what people say about the like how glitchy it was actually like true. I hear it was really bad, but I have never once seen it for myself. How bad it actually was. As well, I'm not much of a Sonic fan, so. Ain't much of a Sonic fan myself, but we did this with the cloak. That doggo. I can hear her wanting to come inside. That doggo. Let me just do this real quick. There we go. And now I'm going to let the dog go inside. Bots and bots. They shall be banned. Be right back. Go lay down, Piper. Oh, knocked over my hairpin. Little pin. Yeah, so. This thing's a fucking virus. This goddamn game's a virus.
On top of having one of the biggest lies in pre-order bundle history, including a bag that was claimed to be made of the highest canvas material, but when
oh god, not the canvas bag saga!
And excuses, it looked nothing like what was advertised, and you could probably get something better from Temu at the cost of your personal information being sold. In fact, probably the best pre-order bundle you could get was one of the cheapest, and was the
yeah, that was a fucking situation. The canvas bag, where they fucking tried to lie to people and tell them that they couldn't fucking sell them canvas. They couldn't sell them a canvas bag because canvas was a very limited in supply material that was a very hard to find. God, the rigmarole around that. And then on top of that, right, they had the canvas bag material. And then they just, what was it? They sent like influencers a really good canvas bag while everyone else got fucking nothing. It was just made everything even worse. Oh man, that saga was fucking insane. Insane.
The one I went with, where you get a bunch of pins of the special stats and Vault Boy, and yes, I did step on at least one of the pins, and they did break quite easily. An authentic Nuka-Cola beverage was promised called Nuka-Cola Dark with a price tag of $80.
Oh, that was another thing that took fucking forever. It took forever for it to get sent out. It took forever for it to actually, for anyone to get what they fucking paid for. And then when they got it, it was like, apparently the description was like drinking wood varnish. Wood varnish with a bottle that didn't even fucking work. This little plastic thing around it was originally supposed to be glass. The little plastic casing around it was really supposed to be like glass of some kind, like some kind of what did they call it? Like brushed glass, I think is what they call it, right? Like not brushed, but point is, there's supposed to be some kind of tinted glass that the whole bottle was supposed to be made of. And then they got it, and it was like, no, it's actually just a regular bottle inside a Nuka-Cola plastic covering. Oh, I seem to have sprayed ink on myself somehow. I've inked myself. And then they got and the problem is if you had to basically break the plastic mold over it, the plastic container over it, to get the bottle out. Because if you tried to pour it from inside the plastic container, the plastic container was not made the right way. So if you tried to pour a shot out of it, it basically would dribble all over the place and not go down and not come out where you're pouring. And even go inside the actual plastic container itself. So it was not very good, and it wasn't designed to be open, so people had to crack that thing open. The plastic container wasn't designed to be separated from it, so people had to crack that shit open. And basically ruin the thing that they paid for. And for what? At the end of it, to get a alcoholic beverage that tasted like fucking shoe varnish. It tasted like fucking wood varnish. Not shoe varnish, wood varnish.
Which was poorly made and apparently tasted worse than the garbage juice at the bottom of a public bin.
Oh, God, can I swear on this? It's my own show. That's terrible.
Exactly like that.
This tastes like we're drinking vanilla extract.
A licensed helmet sold primarily at GameStop and made by a separate manufacturer to the collector's edition one had to be recalled because it was susceptible to mold growth. And not to mention all the claims Todd made leading up to the release, like 16 times the detail and revolutionary graphics, which was
yes, I remember.
The game launched with buggy graphics and a
16 times the detail, 16 times the graphics. He would cry, while all the developers around him going, "Todd, please, no, stop! I want to see my family." And it's funny because that actually did lead to problems in the development of the game. Because they ended up, apparently a lot of their target goals of what they were trying to make the game of, when they were putting it all together, kept changing. Because all the stuff Todd promised, like 16 times the detail, 16 times the graphics, 16 times everything everything under the sun. And it was just... which caused a lot of problems in the development of Fallout 76. Shock of all shocks. I know. Contain your surprise.
Large amount of performance issues, and led to a resurgence in his signature catchphrase, "It just works."
All of this just works.
Yeah, a lot of this was even before the game launched.
I remember that.
It did launch. It got worse. Servers were broken, quests were glitched, which was the least impactful out of the laundry list of bugs present, and the world was completely void of any human NPCs, where the main quest was this boring slog of following dead people's audio tapes to find a cure for dragon cancer or something. And that is the checklist of what...
God, that was a fucking decision. I remember when they were releasing this game, and they were talking about how they wanted to really sell the wasteland of this place, so they wanted to increase the feeling of isolation, I think was what the phrasing they were using. And they didn't put any NPCs in the actual game. There's no NPCs that give you quests or anything like that, or missions or anything like that. It's just audio logs that just take you from location to location of dead people going, "Man, I sure do like being alive. I sure hope terrible things don't happen to me in the near future. Oh God!" It's like a fucking Resident Evil. It's like a Resident Evil scientist log. It's like a goddamn Resident Evil scientist log. I strapped fucking knives to this silverback gorilla, and we've been proceeding to tase its balls repeatedly for the past 12 weeks. I sure hope this creature doesn't escape. The next log. The creature has escaped. It's basically what it was.
Historian's video on Fallout 76 that everyone saw. The game was terrible at launch, to say the least. And despite going through multiple updates, fixes to the game, and a treasure trove of content being added, the game, at least from the outside, is still known for the reputation it launched with. A buggy, glitchy, hacker-infested, and domestic dispute-filled game.
What's going on over here?
Domestic dispute?
What? I'll play Fallout if I want to tonight.
What?
Fuck you, I'll fucking put the dog down just like I did the other one.
What?
Fuck you, go see your coworker, yeah. I took your wedding ring off last night.
This is a reputation that is forever echoed just by mention.
Holy shit! I've never heard that before. What? Oh, yo, right! The other fucking feature of this game. I fucking forgot. The other feature of this game is it has speak to chat as a default mic option to interact with other players in this game. So by default, I feel like it should be on the other side of the screen. So by default, right? The push to chat option, it's not push to chat, it's fucking speak to chat. So you would be hearing all kinds of shit happening in people's background. People playing music, fucking talking to their families, fucking the dog going bah, 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 like you hear here. Like you're hearing now. It would all get picked up and just blasted in the game. You just be wandering around and you just hear people fucking people talking to each other. You're like, what the fuck is going on? Just because it's echoing through the trees. And I didn't realize that fucking domestic abuse got fucking picked up, but okay.
The game, despite the game, as said, going through multiple updates to the point where it's nothing like what it used to be, yet still has said reputation, which you could fairly chalk up to a side effect of a terrible first impression. But then you look at games like No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk. Do not attempt to abbreviate the name of that last game. Both of these games promised things that were not delivered. They had a terrible release, but with further updates they managed to do a full about 10 with their reputation.
I can explain that. I can explain that incredibly easily. I can explain, I'm gonna see if that pans out in the rest of the video. But I can explain to anyone very easily why Fallout 76 is still hated, while the rest of these games, like No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk, were given second chances. It has to do it boils down very simply to the intent of why the game was made in the first place. Very simply. No Man's Sky, despite its many flaws when it came out and its terrible first impression, at least No Man's Sky, you can confidently say the developer behind the game wasn't being malicious about it. He was a man who was thrown out on stage at Sony's events and talked about the game having things from a indie developer's perspective. From someone who would be releasing a game onto Steam Early Access, and that eventually these things would be added into the game. Eventually we'll have these things, we'll have this, that, and the other thing. We'll have all these biomes and all that stuff. But wasn't clear to the audience because of the trappings around him, such as he's being brought onto a mainline console like Sony. His game being brought onto a mainline console like Sony. He's being brought on. He's just like a PlayStation event. He's revealing this as part of like a mainline PlayStation game, right? And it was just like, which set audience expectations through the fucking roof when he comes out on stage, starts talking about all this crazy shit that you can do, like traveling to different planets, all these planets having different biomes, different wildlife, which has caused a massive miscommunication. And it comes down to the experience, right? It comes down to his experience as he's just an indie dev who's not used to dealing with this sort of thing. And Sony just kind of hucked him out on stage and just and didn't really try to curb anyone's expectations on this. So Like, at least we can argue that. And CD Projekt Red had a spotless reputation before this. Before Cyberpunk, they had basically a near spotless reputation that people found them beloved. So when a game came out, a very ambitious game, mind you, came out that was a buggy mess, people were more willing to give them the benefit of more willing to forgive them when they were putting in the effort to fix the game. They had a good reputation. They had a very strong core fan base that still backed them up. And they genuinely put in the effort to fix the game and fix all of its problems. Not so with Fallout 76. Why does Fallout 76 exist? Like, well, let's start with that. Why does Fallout 76 exist? Fallout 76, because it exists because it's a hackneyed product that was shat out to basically jump onto the live service bandwagon and hook in whales. Note, the rest of the game didn't fucking work, but the cash shop did. Oh, the cash shop was working just fine. Everything else in the game was broken as fuck. Cash shop worked. That's the thing. It's clear that the game was made with the intention to be a live service game first and foremost, above everything else. As opposed to these other games where Cyberpunk was made to be a fucking Cyberpunk was made to be one of the most ambitious single player games out there, and No Man's Sky fucking shits out, just gorges its community with fuckloads of updates to its game and doesn't charge him a dime for it. The only cost is the cost of entry. And they constantly make updates to this game and don't charge you a single cent for it. As opposed to Fallout 76, where all these updates do cost money. You have to pay for them, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure all the updates to Fallout 76 are things you have to pay for. Like, the base updates come in, but it's like one of those things where, like, oh, but this area has new content in it, and you have to pay to unlock the content, even though it's in the game file. And it's just like, it's shallow. It's a shallow game that was made to just hook in people who like live service games. Like, that's it. That's all it is. So yeah, people are more spiteful towards it than, say, Cyberpunk. And also the game launched in a really bad way. And I don't mean like the actual launch of the game was bad, right? I mean everything coming up to the launch of this game. You would have interviews with Todd Howard, who was talking about using No Man's Sky as inspiration of, oh, maybe we'll miss the mark when the game comes out, but eventually over time it'll be the game that people really want, and be able to turn it around, just like No Man's Sky did, which shows quite a bit of cynicism around this. Especially when the game comes out finally, when the game finally releases and it's in a absolutely unplayable state. You go back to these interviews where he's talking about everything being like No Man's Sky and using No Man's Sky as a blueprint for making games going forward. And you just realize that this game was released with the promise that it would be a better game later. They charged you $70. And more if you fucking paid for the collector's editions and shit. They charged you $70 at minimum for a promise that the game would be what it promised to be at some point later, while trying to be a live service game to hook in whales to bleed them for everything they're worth. Like, yeah, for me, yeah, no, Bethesda can get shafted. Bethesda can get a hate mace enema right up the ass and be sent to the salt mines, never to be seen again. For that alone. Just on principle. Which I think is just why the rest of the community, how the rest of the community really feels about this. How the rest of the gamers really feel about this. It's just like, that's a crock of shit, Bethesda. Go fuck yourself. And I think that's incredibly fair. I think that's very fair, and is how Bethesda deserves to be treated.
To the point where they are now beloved games. Hell, No Man's Sky is face-fucking their fans with content updates to the point where their gluttony knows no bounds.
Yeah, well, I just
doing
said
it all for free. And Cyberpunk is now considered a masterpiece when it was previously described as being synonymous with
that's a bit of it.
Some would have even claimed at the time the Lord of the Rings Gollum game was better. But why has Fallout
that's a bit of a stretch. I would
change in its reputation.
I would still say Cyberpunk's not a masterpiece of a game, but anyway.
Does it still deserve said reputation?
Yes.
And I've got to say, in all honesty,
forever. For all time.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
So upon 76's launch, as I've reiterated about 20 times already throughout this
video,
and
the thing,
people were disappointed and...
That's the thing I say about this. Forever, for all time. No matter if they actually fix the game. No matter if by the end of this video, he says this game's actually really good and you guys should give it a chance. Don't give Bethesda a fucking inch on this. Absolutely not. If you give them a fucking inch, they'll do this shit again. They'll do it again. And they won't get better until they fucking learn. They won't get better until they learn. I don't care if they use the blood of Jesus Christ on the code to fix this fucking game. Spend a king's ransom to make this the best fucking game that's ever existed. This game deserves to be thrown into the salt mines and never to be seen again. It deserves it. By the sheer nature of why it exists in the first place. It should not be. It should not be.
Felt like they were lied to. It was an absolute mess, even for Bethesda standards.
Why is this not coming out?
There was a day one patch which was over 50 gigabytes and was apparently bigger than the game itself.
Yeah, I remember that.
A lot of issues with the game, like performance issues and game-breaking bugs. But said update also created more performance issues and game-breaking bugs. But hey, at least
the usual Bethesda fashion
was the Atomic Shop. The things selling cosmetic items ripped from previous games for extortionate prices. A lot of people...
Yeah, that's the other thing. They weren't even new things on the cosmetic shop that they're flogging to you. It's all this shit that they just took from their previous games. It's not even... They're trying to bleed the whales on the fucking live service shop. And they're doing it in the most lazy manner possible as well. God, does their fucking hubris know no bounds?
Attempted to refund the game day one, but because the game wasn't on the Steam platform, and instead was on Bethesda's own platform, leading to a lot of refund requests being stalled or outright refused for weird reasons. Like apparently in one case, if you installed the game, you are immediately illegible for a refund, but with public backlash, potentially a...
That was definitely a thing Bethesda did, and that's all these fucking that's the whole reason why a lot of the games went into their whole a lot of publishers tried to do their whole we have our own games platform to provide you a better service. No, it wasn't to provide you a better service. It was that if they knew if they released their shit on Steam, Steam could get you a fucking refund. Steam could give you a fucking refund. While if there's on their platforms, well, it's on their platforms, they don't have to give a shit. They can tell you no and just make shit up. That's why there was that stint of time where they had their whole everyone on their own game platform thing, which is thankfully finally fucking dying out as people just refuse to buy games on those platforms anymore. Like no one goes to the EA Play Store to buy games anymore. Some people did. For a little while, those poor fucking fools, but that's just not a thing anymore, and thankfully it's dying out.
Class action lawsuit and the Australian ACC eventually getting involved, probably because a majority of their population in the outback that waited a whole month after the release for their download to finally finish, only to then find out the game was complete dog shit.
What? Are you fucking serious?
They did eventually start...
Yeah, they'd probably fucking riot.
Things like digital copies. Physical copies was a whole different story. Over the next few months since release, Bethesda began rolling out hotfixes and patches to attempt to make the game somewhat stable, but all of that effort would be in vain. A majority of people around this time had already given up on the game and chalked it up as a complete failure. The game was essentially a ghost town, and if you were still playing, you had to cope with hackers, people exploiting them.
Yep, pretty much. It was pretty much, at this point, everyone's written it off because, yeah, why would you stick around in a game that's clearly a fucking bug-filled mess made by a company that clearly didn't give a shit? Or at least, at the very least, it's fucking not the developers, but the people running the show didn't give a shit.
The many bugs of the game, and even Bethesda moderation themselves, where they were banning legitimate players. In one instance, a player with over 900 hours was apparently banned for just having too much ammunition in his inventory. But hey, they released a Battle Royale in the summer of the next year.
Oh, fucking God. Oh, right, when they jumped on the fucking Battle Royale bandwagon, too. Even worse. The fucking, yeah, the Bethesda moderation team was fucking banning just... I think Internet Historian would just put it the best. They just started putting on a fucking blindfolds and just started shotgunning anyone they even suspected of cheating in any way. So that even if people who were doing nothing wrong were getting hit with these bans, it was insane. And they had no idea how to handle any of it. And they kept trying to ban the hackers. They kept trying to stop the hackers and put updates in to try to prevent them from doing things. And then the hacker would just fucking get around their shit coding and just continue to do nonsense. Especially with the dev room. If you don't remember, there was a dev room that was attached to the game that hackers found a way to glitch into, and the dev room had all the items in the game. It could spawn anything. So what they would do is they would just go into the dev room and steal everything and then leave. And then they would try to ban them, like, oh, anyone who has these items, we'll ban them. And then like, okay, well, what do they do now? Okay, they go in, they steal the items on a level 1 account, and then they give it to another guy. And then that guy has all the items, while the fake account gets banned. While the bot account gets banned. And they don't care. And then they tried doing a bunch of things to try to stop them from getting into the dev room. And they kept doing it. They banned a fucking hacker. And they sent him an email. They sent him a fucking email saying you've been banned you've been banned from Fallout 76. You can have your account back if you write us an essay on why cheating is bad. And how did you do it? It was so fucking pathetic. 500 words. It was a 500-word essay on why he's a naughty boy and how the fuck did he actually do what he did. Because they don't know how he did it. If I was that hacker, I would fucking frame that shit. I would have fucking printed that out, laminated the fuck out of it, got a picture frame and put that shit on my wall. Because that's the funniest fucking shit I've ever... That's the funniest, most pathetic thing I think I've ever heard a game developer fucking say. Not only trying to... I know it wasn't the game developer. It was probably someone in fucking... Probably someone on the community side or something like that. Whoever controls like the banning of accounts, probably. But like that was the stupidest fucking idea I think I've ever heard in my life. I'd put that shit on the wall. That'd be a memory. That'd be a nice memory. And see here, this is where I managed to fucking break the Fallout 76 developers and have them beg me how the fuck I managed to break their game and called me a naughty boy. My fucking sides hurt. I completely forgot about that.
Did you hear about that? Did you know about that? They used Battle Royale in a Fallout game when Battle Royales were the peak of gaming. Because if you did hear about it, I'm pretty sure the people that were still playing 76 did.
I have no idea how the Battle Royale in this game actually was. Like, I have no idea. I heard nothing about. I heard it happened, but I heard absolutely nothing about it since then.
No, since especially on console, nobody played it. Lobbies were dead, and they eventually removed it in September of 2021. However, even with
okay, well, that was a failure. Well, shocker. Fucking fell apart. Oh my god, I'm so surprised. But that's the thing. This whole time in Bethesda's little world of nonsense, as I try to bring my fucking model off camera, bring my little miniature off camera, this whole time in Bethesda's world has basically just been, we see all these other companies making a fuckload on battle royales, microtransactions, fucking live service games. We want some of that. So let's try doing it and do it in like the shittest way possible. The shittest ways possible. Like, oh god, they just won't. They never learn. They never learn. They never fucking learn.
all of these issues, a small community still played the game. These people stayed throughout the years, grinding to triple-digit levels and had personal camps that looked better than the official structures within the game. These
we called them lobotomites.
Or as Habi called them, ghosts. People that never
We call them lobotomites. The kind of people who defend Bethesda no matter what, and will fucking... Because they're the kind of people who would defend Bethesda no matter what. They're the people who will choke down whatever shit Bethesda gives them, and will just keep consuming. And like, I can't really say that I feel for these people, because like, oh well, Fallout 76 is good now. See, we stuck with it forever. Yeah, you gave a company who literally treated you like shit. You got the thing you were promised fucking 5 years after it came out. Congratulations, by a company that treated you like shit. And guess what? They're going to release an X product and treat you like shit again, because you keep allowing them to. Wow. Amazing. Why would they do that? Because they're in a state of arrested development. Hi, Tyrion. I'm yelling at the clouds. It's like the same thing with 40K, right? Like, it's the same thing with 40K. It's the same thing with Battlefield players. It's the same thing with basically anything. It's the same thing with a lot of these fandoms, a lot of these things the people who are heavily attached to IPs, attached to things that they wanted to be good, but just aren't good. And they're like, but if I just hold on to it for dear life, strangle the shit out of it, and then maybe one day it'll be the sheer pressure of my death grip, it'll become the thing I want it to be. Or you're in the case of 40K, where you're just in a state of fucking, I assume, domestic abuse, and no matter how much Games Workshop violates your anal cavities, you're just going to thank them for the opportunity for them to violate you that way. You're going to thank them for it and buy the next models. The 40K, I would say, is more of a series of domestic abuse than the sunk cost fallacy, but whatever. That's life, ain't it?
Gave up on the game and were actually known to help new players, either giving them items or escorting them through difficult areas and quests. Now, as a normal person, you would ask yourself, what is wrong with these people? Well, first of all, most of them are in their early 30s, if that explains anything. I know I just used that as a joke, but that is such a wholesome post. This person just wants somebody to play with, and so many people replied to it. It almost gives you hope for humanity. But anyway, it's assumed
Autism.
from the outside you had to either be a lobotomite or have an extremely low standard for games to keep playing this. However, I do sort of understand why they kept playing, because the game was not as unplayable as people made it out to be. I would know because I kept playing it when I was a spam cell even after it was viewed as a failure. Yes, this is the personal part of the video. Did you also know I hate most of you? Admit.
Hate me all you want, it's still a bad product. Like, it's not as bad as what people said it was. It took forever. I'm sure the game's nowhere near as bad as what it used to be. I'm sure. Still doesn't deserve your money. It doesn't deserve your money. It doesn't deserve your time. Because it didn't respect you. It didn't respect you, or your time, or your money. It treated you like shit, and just tried to walk away with the bag, and tried to dump the whole thing. Like, just like Star Wars Battlefront 2. That game's actually pretty good now, from what I hear and what I see. Don't care though. EA tried to fucking finger your asshole with that game with one of the most aggressive microtransaction systems that's ever fucking existed, and only backed out because of lawsuits. Because the lawsuits came coming in, and I just don't think games like that deserve your money, your time, or even a second chance. I still play the co-op on it. You sorry sod. I didn't even know that game had co-op, actually. Like, especially in the gaming community, right? Like, there's so many games out there. There's so many games out there who respect your time, respect your money, and respect you as a person, that they try to put their best out there, especially in the indie gaming scene. Hydrate? I must hydrate. I have a Dr. Pepper. Actually, it's Mr. Pibb. But, oh, come on. Oh, fine. I'll go find some water. I got a water bottle behind me. Hold on. Does it have water in it? Yes, it does. There. But there's so many games out there that respect your time, respect your money, that respect you as a person, that make games that actually have like heart and soul and passion put into them. Why waste time on a game that's soulless, shallow, and very fucking cynical? And very fucking cynical, not like in its game, not just like in its game design, not like in the story it's trying to tell, but like in just everything about it, everything from the ground up. Like, why put the effort into it? Why hope for it to be better? Why want it to be better? When you have other options to choose from, the company needs to learn its fucking lesson, and I say it should be left to learn its lesson.
Admittedly, I only played for a few months after the release and only on console, and I only stopped playing because my PlayStation blew up whilst playing the game. I still don't know if it was because I was playing 76 or because I had to basically domestically abuse my PlayStation to boot sometimes.
Both? I'm not convinced that doesn't have anything to do with Fallout 76. I would not be surprised at all if it was a Bethesda game that it fucking detonated someone's console.
First of all, I did not encounter as many bugs as other people were seeing, probably due to me being on a console, or I just didn't notice them because I was naive and still had some respect for Bethesda. But even then, I still hated how PvP was the equivalent of two limbless amputees fighting, and how when you died, all you lost was your scrap, which was disappointing when you eventually killed someone. And whilst the majority of base game quests,
you don't even lose like the guns that they had on them.
Specifically,
that's
the
insane.
one where you had to wait at the DMV for your number to be called, and sometimes
are
if
those
you didn't
games that bad?
It was bugged. You just wait.
Like I said, it's not really the fact that the games themselves are bad. Like take Battlefront 2 for example. Battlefront 2 is not a bad game. Now, I should preface that with an asterisk. Now it's actually a pretty good game. It's a pretty good game to spend a few good hours on in multiplayer, shooting people with as Star Wars characters. It's not that bad. It has a pretty good loop. But again, why? Just why? Why give EA your money? Why give a company that truly treats you like shit money? Because like when the game was coming out, if you weren't around, right, when the game was coming out, what was it? What was the absurd number? It was like it would take like a whole. I think it was like a year, like a whole year of endlessly grinding without paying any money to unlock what the game had to offer, versus 5 minutes versus a few minutes if you just paid EA to unlock content in the game, like being able to play as Darth Vader. Or the upgrade cards, which were completely random. Hello, morning, Surecap. How you doing? like the upgrade cards, because all the cards, because it was loot box stuff. Remember, this was back when loot boxes were a big thing, and a lot of the card upgrade packs that you would get in like having a breakfast sandwich looks delicious. It's actually 5:30, and the sandwich doesn't exist. It's not real. What are you talking about, Surecap? There is no sandwich. What do you mean? Pay no attention to the non-existent sandwich. It's just not real. You're hallucinating. The sandwich was a lie the entire time. It was never real. Now, if you excuse me, I have to bite on air. Delicious air. Delicious air. Tasty. She's not here right now, eggs. But yeah, like, Battlefront 2 was probably like, it wasn't even probably, it was, where did my paintbrush go? Where the fuck did my paintbrush go? What the fuck? Am I fucking stupid? Where did it go? am I some kind of fucking idiot? Where did it go? I literally just had it. What did I do with it? I think I might be a fucking idiot. Where did it go? I ate it. How dare you, Foxy? Oh, hello, Foxy. I've lost it. I had it literally in my hands, and I've lost it. How is this possible? Did it roll under the non-existing sandwich? No. Fucking absurd. Fine, I'll use a different paintbrush then. Fucker. But yeah, like EA Battlefront 2, it was such a massive cash grab of a game. It was such a massive cash grab of a game that literally pushed the pale so far with loot boxes that it is literally the game that killed loot boxes in the industry. And we're building a Mechanicus. We got a Tech Priest Engine Seer number 2. I'm painting him first. I have his little staff here and his backpack here. We're painting him first, and then we'll paint these two separately, and then we'll combine them. Did you think it was your sandwich and eat it? I think I would have noticed that. I think I would have noticed that, but maybe I don't know. I still don't see it. I have no idea where the fuck it went. But yeah, it was so predatory. It literally killed loot boxes as a concept. You wonder why loot boxes stopped being a thing for years? Except for like Overwatch brought them back recently. It's Battlefront 2. Battlefront 2 caused that problem. It literally got brought up in front of Congress. Like, oh, here's where it is. It's in the cup. I found it. It literally was the game that got brought up in front of Congress. Because to talk about predatory loot boxes. Yeah, EA got brought up it got inquiried over it. It was insane. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Like, and that's how bad the loot boxes in Battlefront 2 were. Like, yeah, so like, if you fucked up so hard, you're being inquired by the United States government for being predatory. You know, the United States government. I think your game might be really bad. I think you may deserve what you get. But what do I know? Yeah, they would never do that. Never. Never. They would never be predatory to me at all to charge me. Now, excuse me, I have to pay my personal property tax for a house that I own, that I fucking paid for, but I have to rent the land it's sitting on, or else I'll be evicted from my house. Excuse me for a minute. When will the Gundam assembly be? I've considered that, actually. You laugh, but I've considered it. I just never know where to start with it. I don't know where to really get them. That would be a good place to get them from. And I have no idea what they entail compared to 40k miniatures, which I have experience with. Yeah, better pay those tax. You better pay those tax. Fucking goddamn it, taxation's theft. Fucking bullshit is what it is. Let's continue the video. Oh, now sitting here in silence.
Yep, but there were some quests that were really good. One of my favourite was the Order of Mysteries or Mistresses questline, where you join a previously secret organisation called the Order of Mysteries that was basically taking orphans and transforming them into Batman, and you follow the process to become one of them and then start following what happened to the members, where it's found out that the organisation was being sabotaged by the headmaster's own daughter, and in the last mission you go to where they would both have their final standoff, which I unfortunately expected to be able to actually witness the epic fight, but you just come across their dead bodies, which makes no sense, because they've both been dead for like 20 years before the—
That doesn't make it— what? That doesn't sound like a fucking good quest. I'm coming to see the final confrontation— oh, they've been dead for like 20 years. Oh. I'm sorry, this really doesn't convince— I don't find this very convincing. And Fallout's a good game, actually, for real. Trust.
The vault was opened, and they—
I remember this quest, it was shit!
Now,
I trust him more.
And it was a very interesting story, even if it was mainly told through holotapes. But in general, just exploring the map that Todd heavily emphasized was 4 times bigger, but was empty in a lot of places. But coming across places like Deathclaw Island, where you quickly learn why it has that name with the radio blasting, that was one of the—
I wonder why it's called Deathclaw Island.
Before I got older and started getting that guilty feeling that I should be doing something better with my time instead of playing games, even if I did just do a 12-hour shift in the mines. It wasn't a traditional Fallout game, it had way too many problems, and the gameplay at the time did get quick.
Well, I mean, that's the problem with the game in general, isn't it? Even just from like a fundamental concept, it's a Fallout game that's too broad to be a good Fallout game. That's been watered down too much to be a good Fallout game, but didn't have enough content for anyone enjoying of the more MMO persuasion that they're trying to court with this. MMO live service persuasion. It doesn't have enough content to keep them engaged either. So it literally is the worst of both worlds, isn't it?
Boring, especially with those little events you used to come across that were way too repetitive and annoying. But it had the framework for what could be a decent game, and I think a lot of people, rightfully so, only base the game on the mess it was on the first day it was released, and that opinion would have some weight behind it for a number of years. But midway through...
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that phrase, potential. What a wonderful word it is, potential. Everything has such potential, doesn't it? This model had potential, I had potential, a sheet of paper has potential. But you know what matters in the end? what comes out of that potential. Like, that's the thing. Everything has potential to be something. Everything has potential to be something else. Just because Fallout had the potential, the Fallout 76 had the potential to be a good game. You had not, Kirk. I can be a good VTuber. But just because Fallout 76 had the frameworks to be a good game, that doesn't matter. What matters is it a good game? Did they make a good game? Did they actually put in the effort to make it good? Because it's like, for as much as you think, oh, everyone just gave up on it after the first day. Because it was shit. It was absolute fucking garbage. I don't care if it has potential to one day maybe it'll turn itself fucking around. I care whether or not they actually gave a shit to make it good. Unlike No Man's Sky, which did give a shit, they just couldn't deliver. Bethesda could fucking deliver, could have made a good game, could have done all this shit, had all the resources in the world to make it happen. They're not some fucking indie developer that was thrown out on stage by Sony that promised more than what they could actually deliver as a fucking studio because they have the budget of basically a ham sandwich. Because they have the budget of a fucking ham and cheese sandwich. Maybe cheese. This is fucking Bethesda. This is Bethesda, who has multiple studios across the world. and made one of the biggest games ever fucking made. And yet, the game was trash. Now, I don't know how the game is now. I'm going to wager it's not much better. It's a big difference if they bring you a shit game and do as good, or if they deliver on a shit game, but it actually lock in, turn it around like No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk and Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, it's very different. Okay, honestly, can we start getting actually finished games, not work in progress and fixed in the month after release? I tell you, as much as I love early access games as a concept, I fucking hate that AAA developing has taken on early access as a concept. The fact that they have taken on early access games and they as a development thought process and go, yeah, we can just fix it later. That'll be fine. It has done nothing but hurt gaming in general. It has done nothing but hurt gaming. And yeah, like it like the thing is intention. It's always about intention. Why something was made and what it was made for. What was Fallout, and I said this earlier and I'm going to say it again. What was Fallout 76 made for? It was made to court the live service audience so they could hook in whales and bleed them in the cash shop for all they were worth. It was a shallow game made for shallow intentions and followed that shallow intentions up with an even more shallow update that tried to jump on the Battle Royale bandwagon. There's just nothing. I think early access would be something that's for indie games that help develop. Yeah, but early access is for indie. It's an indie thing only. It is for the people who only have the budget of a ham and cheese sandwich. The people who basically who make video games in between their 9 to 5s, trying to scrape something together and make that dream they make that game they've always dreamed of. As I say, dream they've always gamed of. Like, that's what an early access is for. And that's the same thing with like pilots for indie animations, like what Glitch Production does. Glitch Production literally brings out fuckloads of pilots for animation shows, and to drum up enthusiasm, to get people to want to be involved in the process of making this, and to get audiences excited to give them money, so that they can then get a budget and actually make the show. Like that. That's what pilots are for. That's what animation pilots are for, and that's what early access is for gaming. And it's not for the AAA and AA space. It's not for the people who are backed by investors. It's not made for people who are seasoned game developers who have their own studio and have an actual business, like the say Clair Obscura. Where Clair Obscura is not made by it's not made by Ubisoft. It's not a AAA developed game. It's not like made like by Ubisoft, for instance. But all the people involved in it are former Ubisoft developers who made their own company with proper investment, with proper ways of managing a business. It's not indie. It's not indie in the slightest. But no, that's not how it's treated these days. Basically, developers just treat their games as if all of them are early access. All of them are just early access piles of shit that can just be thrown out there, and audiences will just accept that. Which is why I'm fucking just sitting here just waiting for the whole thing to burn. Right now they're going through their little recession, trying to consolidate. Their developers are the AAA sphere is basically just receding at the moment, where it's basically trying to work its way down to only doing reboots now, which is why you've been seeing a bunch of remake games coming out, because those are the games that are guaranteed success. Trying to bank on nostalgia to try to get people enthusiastic instead of just making a good product that people want to fucking buy. But hey, you know, that's a whole other fucking side story. We're looking to see if he can justify why Fallout 76 is a decent fucking game.
Through 2020, they would start significantly updating the game to the point where in recent
There's
years...
something about a game on Steam. In my country, there's an age rating for adult games. It's 3+. A chill farming game is 18+. Is crazy. What happens in the chill farming game? Are you, like, farming monster girls?
It's nothing like what it was previously, and I don't think in the current year it can still be considered one of the worst games Bethesda has produced.
Yes, Ken.
Yeah!
Well,
Who won the lottery? I did!
Well, I guess it can't be worse than Fallout Shelters. I guess it can't be worse than Fallout Shelter. You got me there. You know, I'm the fan of recent Pokemon games. The bare minimum, they feel like dead games. Oh god, Nintendo. Oh no, fucking Nintendo. Let's not talk about fucking Nintendo, where Nintendo is literally just in a holding pattern, who's basically just relying on their entire audience just being nostalgic for the things that they're selling, rather than making a good product that's why people like them in the first place. Like, all their games are like this. Like, all their games are like this. Even, like, the Legend of Zelda games, for instance, where the Breath of the Wild tried to really shake up the formula. The game following it was just a rehash of Breath of the Wild. It was what Nintendo does, for some reason, these days. They don't really innovate like they used to.
Smell that air!
So the first good thing that happened after the release was Todd admitting that the game was not as good as they advertised when they launched it.
Got a lot of criticism, obviously, that looking back we deserved. It's a game that we should have had in a...
No, it wasn't? No, Todd, really? At least he could admit that, right? The glaring fucking obvious. Oh, wrong going that, dude. Just make a proper fucking game that's not half-baked. Like, there's nothing really wrong with it. It's just make a good product. Like, Pokemon, at this point, should have really been shaken up by this point. As, like, a property, but it's just in a holding pattern. Like, it's kind of funny with Power World that actually did shake up the Pokemon formula massively, which is why people really liked it. Now you shouldn't play adult games on Steam? Oh, God. Let's not bring that up.
Stop the clip there, because unfortunately he just keeps talking, listing excuses, and starts coping. We only really needed to hear that one line.
Okay, so he didn't really, is what you're saying. Oh, God. Oh, my fucking throat. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I mean, my voice broke there. Ah! my God. What the fuck was that noise? I'm turning into an Aarakocra as we speak. I'm just going, yes, trinkets, power power in trinkets, yeah. I remember when Rockstar a few years ago made a statement that they don't like how gamers are currently shit on companies and review bomb them if the game sucks, and everyone just wants to just make a good game and you just nothing to worry about. It really is that easy. If you just made a good product, no one would be mad. Like, I think that hurts the AAA games industry more than anything else, the fact that we actually have direct comparisons to games when they made them good. It's not as if like we're talking about things that just don't exist or we have unrealistic expectations. It's like, hey, remember how games used to be like really good and they actually pushed the bounds of what was possible and what was possible in gaming, and even had like mechanics that we just don't fucking see anymore? Like actual reactions from NPCs to situations happening around them in real time, or like doing a lot of like mirror magic with that shit, with the fear games, where the developers of the AI of the game and the map and developers of the level design were working really close. Working close together, so they could sell the illusion that the AI is actually really smart and intelligent when it really wasn't. But no, they don't do that. That shit doesn't happen anymore. Companies suddenly realize no one cares about anyone, how much you spend on dev costs, but rather if you make it spend on. That's another fucking thing that's a problem. The dev costs are insane. Thank you, Kirk, for giving me these facts. I got plenty of facts to give you. I've been once described as a sausage filled with very weird and obscure facts. Legitimately, that's someone called me that once. I didn't know how to respond to it. But you are a sausage, though. How dare you? Why a sausage? I don't know. I guess because they were just thinking about sausages. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. All I know is I got them facts. But like, what was I saying? I was just saying something a second ago. Oh yes, the ballooning cost of game development. That's been a fucking problem as well. It's like the absurd amount of money they spend on game development these days. It's insane. It's like movies. It's like movies where movies cost like $200 million to make at minimum, and you sit there and go, why? Now, like, same thing with game development. Game development, like all these big games coming out, like cost like over $100 million to make, and they have to sell like Call of Duty used to. Like back in the day, in order to make a fucking profit, and just like, you know, just sitting there going, why? Why the fuck would you do this to yourself? Why the fuck would you put yourself in this fucking position? And then just like, oh, but it's to appease investors. I don't think investors want you to commit suicide. I don't think that the investors walk into the fucking room and go, right, we want you to Minecraft yourself immediately. just take this loaded gun and put it against your skull now. Like, I think they'd be content with a game that came out that was well received and made its money back and more at a modest budget. You'd think. Call of Duty should die. It should have died ages ago. It should have been done ages ago. I like how he screamed because very cheerful and positive energy to give me energy, according to me. I'm not sure about positivity. I haven't been very positive this entire fucking stream. I'm gonna be honest about it, man. I haven't been very positive this entire stream, but thank you. I want to get stupidly rich, buy shares, and simply tell investors to shut the fuck up and push for dumb things. I just don't get it. I just don't understand it. And like, it's always been like investors. We gotta always make more and more and more money. We gotta make more and more and more money. And then I'm looking over and just watching every single game fucking bomb, die, lose millions of dollars, not make any money. And then there's like, no, we just need to do the same thing again. If we do the same thing again, it'll all work out. And I'm just like, that crack must be good. That must be some good fucking shit there. Because I don't know how the fuck you came to this conclusion. those fucking stock investor meetings must be filled with some of the finest methamphetamines you could possibly find in this world. I don't know how the fuck you managed to come to this conclusion. Like, you'd think at some fucking point, someone's fucking brain would snap back to reality for 5 seconds and go, hold on, we've done this before. We did this before. We just did this. We just fucking did this, and it didn't work. It's like COD deleting Warzone, replacing it with a trash Black Ops 7 and hope that more players would play their game. Yeah, that's the thing. No one really... That's the problem with live service games in general. The other fucking problem that just people just refuse to fucking... The AAA sphere refuses to fucking acknowledge. That you can't... Oh, there goes my voice again. There it goes. Right out the fucking window. But you can't make 700 forever games. Like, Call of Duty Warzone was made to be played by people who are investing their money, investing their time, and to get skins, to get rewards, to get all that stuff, and put tons of time and effort into doing that, and then you just delete it, and people are going to be modestly miffed, moderately peeved, absolutely fucking annoyed. Just absolutely livid. Fucking, I don't know what the thought process behind that was. It was insane. They thought they could just get them from one forever game to another forever game, and then they went, no, I'm just gonna go play something else then. If all my progress is gonna be fucking reset, why would I play your game? Why would I play your next game when you just showed me? You just blatantly showed me that you will delete this game. You will delete this game and undo all the progress I've made at a whim. Why would I give you any of my time at that point? Why would I fucking stick around here now so that they go play another game? But it's unlikely that someone will fucking do that. Which is, to say, a very short list of games. You got? You got Hunt Showdown, Tarkov, Fortnite. That's basically it. The rest of the live service games have been dying left, right, and center. So who the fuck can say whether or not the next game you go off to will fucking survive? Anyway, what the fuck was this gerbil saying? What the fuck was this gerbil man saying?
Surprisingly, Bethesda, or more specifically the other studios they dropped the game on, did not give up on the game. Their first big change was finally releasing the game on Steam, a platform that a lot of people would have preferred, and on the same day they released...
That wasn't the first thing they did.
Update, which finally added human NPCs and quests to the game, with a new Vault and quest line that comes with different ways...
Oh my god. The bare fucking minimum. Ooh. 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 Finally, someone I can actually fucking talk to. And give me a straightforward quest instead of random documents and audio logs.
You can complete.
I shouldn't be so sarcastic, but I just can't help it.
At the end, which impacts the newly added factions and the newly added reputation system. My god, it almost resembles an actual Fallout game. But 76 still had a way to go. Yes, they saw a spike of players since their new update and release on Steam, but that would slowly dissipate over time, and the game would get a bit...
Yeah, because the game was still shit.
...high enough level, and you had done everything within the game, which led them to eventually add dungeons and raids to the game, which were difficult, repetitive content primarily for higher leveled players, and you could also get some good loot out.
So it just became an MMO. What I'm hearing is, it just became an MMO and added dungeons and raids.
But they were actually somewhat hated because of all the bugs present within them, sometimes
A fucking course. There's new updates have come out for Fallout 76. We're really turning this game around. Buggy mess. Buggy mess. No one can find them because of the fucking bugs. Shocker. I'm shook. Surely I am brought down to my knees and in just abject horror. How could this have happened?
Making it impossible to progress through them, so they would eventually just remove them altogether from the game, instead of working on them, and they would only return years later in 2023 where they were a lot better. With the new Legendary Run update, they added content like the new seasonal scoreboard, which was then later renamed to Seasons that ran for 3 months at a time, and it was essentially like a battle pass with cosmetics and items that people could earn through doing daily missions. In the One Wastelander for All update, they once again worked on making the gameplay more enjoyable and challenging past a certain level by making it so enemies' levels scale based on the player's own levels, so you weren't just one-shotting everything in sight. They also made changes to the
wonders never cease
and added a few new enemies to the game. Was 76 good enough now? No. In the next update, they added more quest lines to the game, improved the camp building system, which was one of the main reasons veterans still played the game, and they also adjusted gameplay features like the looting system. But now we were in 2022, and they still weren't done. Remember the pit from Fallout 3 where you get the choice to abduct an infant? The last part wasn't important, but they added a new questline and expedition to revisit the pit, and it was
Excuse me, wait, hold on, what? Can we go back to that?
all for free. But admittedly, not everyone liked it. The map was small, some said it just felt like a daily mission in terms of content. And speaking of daily missions, apparently you had to
Okay, so it wasn't really good, is what I'm hearing.
Repetitive quests just to enter said expedition. They would a year later add another expedition to Atlantic City on top of more content updates. Now, the game was doing alright for itself around this time, but none of that would compare to April of 2024.
Alright, 2024, what'd they do?
The first episode of the TV show, people were hungry for Fallout content, and whilst a lot of them turned...
Oh, okay, so it's because of the Fallout TV show. The Fallout TV show gave it a little boost in popularity because everyone's been watching Fallout. And now you've already spent a good deal of time at the start of this talking about why the Fallout TV show sucks ass, but you know. But I shan't bang on that horse again. Maybe I will. I can't make any promises. I'm very petty. I'm a petty individual. What do you want from me? Yes, eggs. Can we watch a Warhammer lore video? That's a tough one. That's toughy. I don't know if I'll be as entertaining and fiery full of passion with a Warhammer lore video. Maybe some other time. I'll think about it. I'll consider it.
To the traditional Fallout games, 76 saw the highest player count it's seen in years, and whilst not all players stayed around,
more than 2,
some
huh?
did and integrated into the regular player base. In June of the same year, they added the first expansion to the map with the Skyline Valley update, and at this point, a majority of the Steam reviews for the game had turned from overwhelmingly negative to somewhat positive. And most times, you could pick up the game on sale for just £6 or $8. However, even though things are going well, the community does occasionally disagree with the new updates, specifically the game going in a pay-to-win direction when they said they wouldn't, and them constantly removing content. But hey, it's Bethesda. They were bound to fuck it up eventually. Don't worry, they'll make
So
up
it just
for
still
by
sounds like
releasing
shit.
Skyrim, this time for the fucking microwave. They eventually added a small update where you could have pets and companions now. But their next major updates was with the Ghoul Within and Gone Fishing, making it so you could now become a ghoul and could go fishing. Fishing in a Fallout game. Never been done before. They also added a much needed revamp to the camp system, reducing the restrictions on the building capabilities. And their last update, in accordance with the next season of the TV show, was Burning Springs.
Tie-in stuff.
New objectives, and the ghoul who was in the TV show. And they apparently have even more updates set to come out. So is the game actually in a good state now? Well, there are still bugs, but the game is in a better place than it ever was. This is the version of the game we should have got in 2018. But since then, they have
fucking nearly a decade of it being shit.
The people that play it think it's a decent Fallout game. And the player count reflects that, with 20,000 people playing it through Steam daily, and that's not mentioning all the other players on different platforms. But by now, Fallout 76 has somewhat redeemed itself. It just took around 8 years to achieve that, and it still has a lot of bugs, but people are slowly but surely starting to notice the game is in a completely different state than what it was when it launched, especially with content creators coming back to the game and witnessing how much the game has changed themselves. But the majority still think it's a bad game, and that's probably still down to the lasting effects.
No, it still sounds pretty bad. Like, honestly, everything he just said doesn't sound like a good game. It sounds like it still sounds like a shallow Fallout skin over a live service game that's just designed to keep you there for as long as possible, and struggling with the idea of, you know, getting you to pay. It's contemplating the idea of making the game pay to win. I'm not exactly enthusiastic about what I'm hearing here. I would not defend it, as you should not. Like, there's nothing really here that I heard, oh, the game's really redeemed itself. It's not like a No Man's Sky, where No Man's Sky literally is just a completely different game. At the core, the fundamental problems with what Fallout 76 is still remains. Which there's no way to getting around that, because Bethesda will not let this game become not a live service cash grab. Because they want money from it. So I see no reason to, I see no reason to give it a chance.
Launch, or because nobody wants to fuck with Bethesda. Especially after what they've done recently, like releasing Fallout New Vegas the Anniversary Edition, with the same game, no new features, just a few collectibles, and an extortionate price tag.
Holy fuck!
Of the game at this point. If Obsidian made one of your best games in a fraction of the time it took you to make 4, it sounds like a relatively easy feat for Bethesda. But anyway, with how much Fallout 76 has changed,
Again, why should you give Bethesda your money to give a mediocre game, at best, a second chance? Here's the fundamental flaw of this argument. Why should I give Bethesda my money? Like, at all? Just because they made, Fallout 76 is better than it was before. It's not complete dumpster fire, but like, again, the company who made this game are still going around making shit products. They're making Starfield. They're repackaging Fallout New Vegas in a $140 box set and trying to resell you a game you already own. What is it at its worst? A shallow cash grab. A shallow cash grab that made content just to keep you engaged, but not actually do anything interesting, or try to make anything unique or interesting, or anything that really feels like Fallout, but just a shallow skinned husk that's just here to kind of invoke the feelings of Fallout and waste your time. And waste your time and to try to play little mind games of your will of trying to play mind games with the cash shop against the will of your wallet. How the fuck am I trying to phrase this? What the fuck am I trying to say? What am I even trying to say? Playing little mind games of basically trying to play games of will against you and your ability to not to spend money at their cash shop is what I'm trying to say. It's something I'm trying to say here. That's basically what it would be at its worst. If we don't agree, what he's saying is inaccurate, that's basically be what it would be at its worst. But I don't know what he's saying is inaccurate or not. I haven't tested the game myself. But still, again, everything I said, I still stand by. I know, like, no matter what updates they add to this game, even if they make it the best game ever made, you should not give Bethesda your money. At all. And if these devs must suffer for that consequence, then so be it.
I personally give it another chance. Fuck no, you know how much of a grind it is now? Unless I have my previous account moved to the Steam platform, which is apparently impossible, I am not getting myself what is essentially a full-time job grinding just to get a decent level. Yeah, no, fuck you.
I want you to go get me the platinum chip. I don't really know what it does, but I just know that you need to go get it, and then hopefully we can go to Hoover Dam together. I'll take you and get you a hot dog.
So Fallout 76 had one of the worst launches in Bethesda's or even gaming history. But even with the terrible launch, the game wasn't given up on. Yes, it wasn't immediate and there were some gaps, but they kept working on it, which is a decision that bore some fruit as a lot more people are picking up the game now, and it's nowhere near the mess it used to be. But as said, it
ignorant, forgiving fools.
Reputation, which is slowly changing, especially recently because a lot more videos have been done on its current state, probably because the latest season of the TV show just ended. I don't think Todd is forcing people to play this game, but yeah, I'd still recommend picking this game up on sale if you do want to play it. But if you're replaying Vegas and you want some good loot on a prostate exam, go to Quarry Junction. And yep, that's all I had to say, and bye-bye.
He is entitled to his opinion. I do not begrudge him for it, but I believe he is fundamentally incorrect. Do not give this game your money, even if it's on sale, even if they're giving it to you for free, even if they're holding your mother hostage with a gun to the side of her head and say, you must play Fallout 76. Don't give in. She wouldn't want that. She wouldn't want that for you. She wouldn't curse you with this. She would gladly give her life so that her child may not play Fallout 76. I think she would. No, she wouldn't. If she did, that's not your mother. It's a skinwalker. If she says, oh, son, play Fallout 76, please spare my life, it's clearly a skinwalker. Clearly a doppelganger. Clearly not your mother. It's the fucking scene from Terminator. Your parents are dead. Doesn't mean the game sucks, though. Gifting Crooked 76. Why do you hate me, Stone? It doesn't mean the game sucks. It doesn't really matter. If we're talking about the argument of whether or not the game sucks or not, I wouldn't be able to tell you unless I actually played it myself. It's probably fine. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. What I heard didn't really sound very good. It sounded like playing Destiny with a Fallout skin. It sounded like playing World of Warcraft with a Fallout skin. It sounded like playing I'm trying to think of a live service. It sounded like playing Suicide Squad with a Fallout skin. just grindy, repetitive game that have some interesting aspects to it, but not really any redeeming qualities. And even worse, we're talking about Suicide Squad, the game. And just kind of here just to keep you playing forever. As like a fucking second job. And judging by how he said, how grindy he was, he said at the end, that sounds like an accurate assessment. And I'm sorry, I can't really say that's a good game. I can't really say it's a good game that keeps you here with Stockholm Syndrome to try to make it, to keep you playing the game forever. I don't think that makes a good game. Shocker. Don't rope Destiny into it. 76 has more things to do than Destiny 2. Fair. I guess Fallout 76 is probably in a better state than Destiny 2 at the moment, but my point stands. You go outside, Piper? You want to go outside, Piper? I think Piper wants to go outside. Hold on, I'll be right back. I get a new soda anyway. And then we're going to watch something about Are You Afraid of the Dark? You go back? No? Okay. Okay. Hey, here we go. I saw this video banging around the internet too. I saw it. It's been on my fucking For You page forever. Which It's when I've been through the run of Destiny, cutting of fucking content so fucking stupid. I never understand that as a game that's a live service. Like when there are games that are live service, they go, oh, they cut content here and there. And I'm just like, fucking, why? Why, like, oh, it's just a normal thing that they do. Why do you accept that? I'd be fucking pissed if I was invested in this game and the game went, oh, by the way, this product that I paid for, I'm going to be removing content from it that you can never touch ever again. Why? Like, it's not even like a limited time event. You're just arbitrarily cutting content. We're not talking about like a limited time event here. We're just talking about like arbitrarily cutting content out of the game. It's not like a timed event where they had a crossover with fucking Monster Hunter or some shit. It's a fucking standard piece of content of the game that just gets removed all of a sudden. It's not like there are some instances where I think it's okay to do that, right? Like, it's not a hard and fast rule of everything. The ahead of the curve achievement for World of Warcraft, where we beat the raid within a certain amount of time, so that people get the actual like achievement. Because people get the actual reward of that achievement, and only the people who beat the raid within a certain amount of time get that. And once the raid is done, then you can't get it anymore. Like, I'm fine with something like that. Piper. Who's outside that she's chuffing at? She's always someone outside that she's chuffing at. Or things like, here's a good example. On World of Warcraft, I have a warlock who has the title within of the Black Harvest. During Mist of Pandaria, there was a quest line that was called, that was the Green Harvest quest line. One of the best quest lines in World of Warcraft, by the way. If you're a warlock and you have not done that quest line yet, I recommend you go do it. It's really good. It is really very much gets you that good feeling of being a warlock in World of Warcraft and what it's like. It's really great. And it had at the time had one of the most challenging boss fights that I still remember to this day. Now, oh, so good, so good. Anyway. In Mist of Pandaria, it came with a title that was called Of the Black Harvest. It came with you get two things out of the quest line when you're done with it. You get this title, and also your Warlock Fire would turn green, which is why it was called the Green Fire quest line. It was basically a cosmetic effect for those who found the secret tome in the Isle of the Thunder King that could start this long quest chain that then changes the cosmetic effect of all your warlock spells to have a green hue instead of like the other colors that they would have, which made it sick as fuck. But when Mist of Pandaria ended, when that whole expansion ended, you could still get the green fire. You can still get the green fire effect for your spells, but you can't get the title of the Black Harvest. That title is been completely removed from the game. It is a legacy title that you can only have, if you were playing during Mist of Pandaria. Which that's something I don't really have a problem with, because it's more just a cosmetic thing. Like it is just a title. It goes next to your name. So on my warlock, my warlock Scothy has Scothy of the Black Harvest. And like it's just one of like a billion titles that exist in this game that just one that's just not an option anymore if you wanted to get that for your warlock. But you have a ton of other options. So it's not like it's a massive deal, and it's again, it is just a name. It's not a core piece of content. I'd be pissed if they removed Green Fire as an option, but you can still get that, right? So it's not like anything massive has been cut out. And the same thing with the Ahead of the Curve achievement. You get a mount from it for the Ahead of the Curve achievement, but there are usually reskins of that mount available anyway in other locations in the game. It's just not that color. So it's all so it's not like the content's being removed per se. It's just adding a bit of exclusivity to it to make people feel give them that dopamine hit. And in context like that, I feel like it's fine to cut some content out. I don't think it's good if it's like core content of the not even just core content of the game. Content of the game that is just a net negative of the overall content of the game. like a dungeon just being removed from the fucking game for no reason, for no real reason, or what Destiny does, where it cuts out whole swaths of content from PvE to PvP for no fucking reason and has nothing to replace it with. And to the point of the game's just losing content and not getting any content. That's when you get hit a fucking problem. But yeah. Anyway, we're gonna talk about Are You Afraid of the Dark? Anyone remember this show? I remember this show. But I'm an old man. So old. Just what but this show was one of the blocks of Canadian television that we would get sometimes here, even here in the US. There were of the children horror, which we don't do enough anymore. We don't scare those damn children enough straight anymore. That's what we fucking need as a society. Gen Z would be a lot fucking different if we hit them with that fucking Goosebumps as children. But anyway. But speaking of Goosebumps, like Are You Afraid of the Dark? There were shows like Goosebumps, The Show, Courage the Cowardly Dog, and a few other shows. Quite a few of them took the approach, Are You Afraid of the Dark in particular, took the approach of basically Tales from the Crypt for kids. God, I'm dating the fuck out of myself. I'm just dating the absolute shit out of myself. But like, hey, you've seen Tales from the Crypts. Hi, Silver. I'm not Pookie. How fucking dare you? I'm gonna play you the opening from Tales from the Crypt. And this show was really fucking sweet. I won't play the music because it's copyrighted. You can look that shit up yourself. Opening. There we go. This shit was fucking awesome. This shit was awesome back in the day. There we go. It was just the Tales from the Crypt was just a show where where it was hosted by a man by the name of the Crypt Keeper. And basically what it would just be is just an anthology of spooky stories that were very raunchy, very low budget, and very fun and spooky. And this show was massively popular. This show was super popular, and I can see why the show was super popular. I enjoyed the fuck out of it. The music's really good too, but I can't have you listen to any of it because, you know, I'd get fucking ass blasted by YouTube. But yeah, it had such an atmosphere and vibe, and many shows tried to do something similar to Tales from the Crypt. Alone in the Dark was one of such shows. A show that would start with a framing device of kids telling spooky stories to each other that would then transition to them telling a spooky story. That would then transition to them telling spooky stories. And it was a fucking massive success. People loved that show. That and Goosebumps. Goosebumps was also very fun. And I still kind of read the Goosebumps books even now, even to this day as a grown ass man. as C.S. Lewis says, never put away the childish things, especially the fear of childish things. They're fun little spooky campfire stories that are just always nostalgic. They're always good. They're always just good fun. And the artwork on the covers of those books was just so good. Holy shit, I still love looking at those. Have you guys seen like the fucking, see what we can do, Goosebumps. Images. Books. Like, look at these fucking books. Look at these fucking things. Like, I probably gotta make it a little bigger. Hold on. Like, look at this stuff. So cool. So cool. Like, there was such good imagery with this stuff. It's they're striking, they're haunting, they're like the Arlstein's Night of the Living Dummy, one of the most iconic ones out of the entire line. And they're so good. Holy shit. I love and Haunted Mask, which I think we just went to buy it somewhere. I just wanted to see it. Oh, we went to Walmart. The Haunted Mask and the fucking Night of the Living Dummies. The Scarecrow Walks at Midnight. All of them fucking so good. So good. So yeah, I'm very nostalgic for this. I'm very nostalgic for it. I do like people singing the phrases of things like this, of Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark and stuff like that, because that's a time that I don't think will come again for entertainment, especially for children entertainment, where people would trust kids enough to enjoy spooky things. I just don't think that time will ever come again. Especially when it comes to children entertainment in general, because we tend to treat children like they're fucking idiots. Which, I mean, I guess for good reason, but but even when it comes down to TV shows, everything's for children is so infantilized to the point you can tell that the people writing this really don't trust children at all to just watch the medium of what they're consuming and come to their own conclusions about it, or to process spooky or terrifying things without some way to mitigate it, and or to present it in an interesting way. Like, none of them are like Courage the Cowardly Dog, for instance. Courage fucking slapped so much ass, and that thing, and it trusted its audience implicitly. It to the point that it played around with conventional horrors, possession horror, slasher horror, abstract horror, cosmic horror, but it trusted its audience to be able to handle this stuff, you just don't see that shit anymore. You just don't see that shit anymore. And I cannot believe for a second, for even a modicum of a second, that channels like Nickelodeon would ever put out something like Invader Zim anymore. They're like, the only reason Invader Zim got a movie back a couple years ago was because of the nostalgia for Invader Zim. But nothing like Invader Zim has ever come out since. The only thing that's come out that's even that of animation quality that's even remotely like daring would be, I'm gonna say them again, Glitch Production. Glitch Production's the only thing that's making things that, well, Glitch Production and tons of independent animations, I should say. Like, Lackadaisy was also an option, which now is under Glitch Production, but they weren't before. But, like, taking ideas and being actually, like, being daring with them. Being, creative. And really just trusting that their audience will enjoy it for what it is. Which I can't wait for Lackadaisy. Gaslight District, Lackadaisy, and what's coming out next for an Amazing Digital Circus. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I still haven't watched Knights of Guinevere? Was that what the name of the show was? I still haven't watched that pilot yet. I keep neglecting it because I keep obsessing over murder drones. I just really like murder drones. I just keep obsessing over murder drones for some reason. It's on my mind, like, every day. It's unhealthy at this point. But I will not get help. I will not have help. I will sit here and stew in my madness. Thank you very much. Anyway. This lovely man with the Pedro Pascal mustache had things to say.
5,000 of you. The ritual can begin. Hi everybody,
I've not been agreed to any
I
rituals.
asked you guys what episode of a few random picks you wanted to see, and you guys voted for The Tale of the Night Shift from Are You Afraid of the Dark? And I am so excited to talk about this episode because I genuinely believe
I think I want to glaze this red.
Episode in the series. Sure, we have bloody water ghosts, or a creepy computer virus, or a clown, or a clown, or a clown, but nothing beats the classic
It's always fucking clowns. It's always fucking clowns. Clowns, and fucking clowns. Clowns are always... I don't know why... Right? I don't know why. I never understood it. As someone who doesn't have a fear of clowns. Why clowns are always like portrayed as like the scariest fucking things in media. I don't get it. I simply don't understand it. And yet that's just how it always is for some reason. If you're a clown, you're not spreading joy to the world. You're a fucking sociopath who's gonna gut someone with a fishing knife. That's just your lot in life now. You could be a well-structured member of society, but you decided to be a clown. So now you have to kill someone. Regardless whether you want to or not. Imagine you go to like your fucking first day on the job. I'm going to make balloon animals and throw a pie in someone's face and make some children laugh. And then the clown just says, another one of your fellow clowns just like, all right, go. Here's a knife. See that child over there? Go stab him, or kill his parents right in front of him to scar him for life. One or the other. And you're like, but what? Like, that'd be something like that.
It's probably one of the more haunting ones that I've seen in a while. I mean, he definitely beats Mustache Nosferatu over here. But if you somehow don't know what Are You Afraid of the Dark is, it's a Nickelodeon show that aired from 1992 all the way to 2000. It's one of the most successful and iconic horror TV shows of all time. It follows a group of kids called the Midnight Society who meet up once a week to tell each other scary stories around the fire, and we watch the story.
Oh, right, I forgot. I still have the screen big.
Shift is the 13th episode of the 5th season and was intended to be the very last episode for the series. But a couple of revival seasons came out just 3 years later, so it was more like a small break before we got 2 more seasons. The episode was written and directed by the show.
I never even knew the show got canceled.
And I've said this before, but every time he touches an episode, you know it's gonna be good. He has like the Midas touch of children's horror episodes. And he seriously thought this episode would be his last episode. So he's very good at
scarring children is what I'm hearing.
He says this is one of his favorite episodes, and
it's a good skill to have.
And this episode is his favorite monster in all of the series. He also put a bunch of fun little Easter eggs throughout the episode and made the episode extra scary so it would stick in kids' minds for a long, long time. Like seriously, this episode can rival some horror movies. It's kind of crazy. And I know you guys are ready to hear about it, so let's quit yapping and get into the episode. We start this episode with the Midnight Society, of course, and things are a bit awkward tonight. It's no secret that Gary has a big crush on Sam, and she's hinted throughout the series that she kind of likes him back. And apparently here recently, Gary asked Sam if they could talk about dating, but Sam politely turned him down and said that she can't be in a relationship right now because she's just way too busy. Which is true. She does talk about how busy she is in a couple of episodes before this one.
I've been really busy.
Sam is too busy with the Lord.
But still,
games
crushed Gary's self-esteem. But as he finishes catching Betty Ann up on what's happening, everyone makes their way to the fire pit, including Sam with some extra firewood and a story to tell us. She says that she's been saving the story for a long time, and as she tells him that the story is about illusion and deception, she picks up a rock from the ground. She says some things may look familiar,
but they could be hiding a secret that you'd never expect.
Is it a sparkly rock?
It could be beautiful or mysterious.
Spooky rock.
Something evil.
And before we get to the toxic chemicals, I want to say, I like how the fire reflects on the rock here. It kind of reflects what she's saying visually. No pun intended. Not only is the rock very unassuming at first, but then quite beautiful, but in that beauty is a raging fire that is usually used to represent evil. Well, at least it is in Avatar. It's just a nice little touch to the opening of the episode, but now let's throw the probably toxic chemicals into the fire, and let's begin.
God, the fucking flash powder they throw in there. That shit, so many fucking people, because of this show, fucked around with flash powder. It was so funny. Something that doesn't really come up very much, right, is that They throw like a powder in to make it go, and like make it really like that's just a cool little starter for the thing. But you know that kind of stuff's really, they spend a good amount of time making sure that it's measured properly, is regulated properly, make sure they don't put like too much into it that makes it explode. Not your average fucking person in the woods though, who after the show came out went, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Now see my tale of the Wadamana and the Hamanaba, and then throws fucking flash powder into the fucking fire and basically makes a miniature flashbang that fucking blinds everyone around you. That was a fucking JonTron bit too, like fucking, but that's actually happened. It's so fucking funny. It's one of those things. It's just kind of very funny that people used to do, where they're just being fucking stupid. But what can you do? When you're stupid, you just gotta learn the hard way.
We start the story in a very busy hospital.
When you're stupid, you really just kind of have to learn the hard way.
We meet is Felix, and he's a janitor for the hospital. He gets called over to the front desk by his boss, Jack, because he signed off on a water pump shipment.
Is this your signature, Zebo?
And we have to stop right there because we have our first Easter egg. Not even a minute into the story. How great is that? Fans of the show will recognize the name Zebo because it's the name of the clown in the very first episode of the show. Now, I have a pretty controversial video on that episode if you want to go check it out. But
I remember that one. Yeah.
Somehow lost a water pump big enough for a hospital.
Now it's gone. Gone, but the thing is huge.
How did Zebo sign off on that? If you notice, Zebo's like 14. Maybe? Who the fuck gave him the power to sign off on things? What? I feel like that's a fucking hospital's fault, not his fault. Why the fuck are you putting children in charge of your fucking sign-offs on what's going on with your water pumps? Skill issue, Dio. It's just a skill issue, Dio. Hey, the thing I'm doing here, I'm just adding some glazing to the cloak. I think the cloak's pretty much there. I just need to do a dry brushing of like a just need to do a light edge highlight of like the color of the not the color of the other color, one of the brighter reds over the edges, and I think would be good with that. Child labor was all the rage back then. It's true. The children yearned for the mines, and they still yearn for them now. They'd be less complainy if we just sent them down to the fucking mines.
Find it, Zebo.
Which is about this big. How the hell do you even lose that? He has to go find it. So he heads down into the basement to start searching. And on his way down, he runs into...
I'll have you know, as someone who works with that kind of shit, there's nowhere you could really put that you wouldn't be able to find it, like, immediately. Like it's either down in the basement somewhere, and obvious, or it's just fucking not in the building at all, in which case he's not going to find shit.
Our main character, Amanda, and her co-worker, Laurette. We catch up with them in the elevator where we learn that Amanda is a very busy girl. She's volunteering at the hospital for most of the week, but she goes to school until 3 during the day and then shine practice?
Then shine practice.
I actually don't know what she's saying here, and neither did the person typing out the closed captioning because they just straight up ignored the word. But she also has to do her homework and eat dinner before she can come to the hospital. So
when the closed captioning gives up.
Instantly when they leave the elevator, they are bombarded with tasks from the...
When the closed captioning gives the fuck... I have no idea what this bitch is saying. Fucking, just ignore it. Just fucking ignore it.
Head nurse, Nurse Hanton. But while Laurette is getting the bulk of the tasks, Amanda is tasked with training the new girl, Margot. Cut back to our boy Felix in the basement.
Margot's evil.
No luck finding the pump. He does find...
Calling it now, Margot's evil.
Came in near the open boiler. So it seems like someone is trying to destroy any evidence of it. But before he can find any more clues...
Evidence of a water pump.
A pretty girl gets his attention. Which is the most obvious trap ever. Brother, you're...
That's it? What do you mean? There are hot women in the fucking boiler rooms all the time. I've been told this. all the cute, attractive women hang out in the basement of hospitals. That's just what they do. It's just what you do. I probably shouldn't say it in the context of this show. That's actually kind of bad. Oops, ignore that last part. Ignore it. I didn't say anything. I said nothing.
In the basement of a hospital. No girl is going to be waiting on you there. It's probably a skinwalker, or a witch, or a mimic, or a changeling, or a succubus.
Clip, how dare you?
There are a lot of monsters that turn into humans. My point is, this scene is the equivalent of dangling cheese in front of a mouse, and poor Felix is hungry. She lures him around the corner, and when he catches up...
Oh no, he's too hungry.
He is attacked. Back upstairs, Lorette tells Amanda that they have
a man
that is her friend, and he would like to see
She was one of them lady boys all along.
She finds her friend Colin, and he's so weak he can barely open his eyes or even hold his hand up. He does build up enough energy to tell her what's going on with him.
Getting tonsils out.
What? Yeah, I think Colin was diagnosed with liar liar pants on fire syndrome, where he just lies a lot. He actually likes Amanda and really wants to date her, but she's so busy that she can't have a boyfriend right
This one, officer. No.
Sound familiar? And as Colin chases Amanda down the hall, begging her to feel sorry for him because he has surgery tomorrow, Lorette gets a visit from a little girl. She tries to ask her what room she's supposed to be in, but the little girl doesn't answer and just runs away laughing. Obviously, Lorette chases the girl down because they can't have little children just running around the hospital all willy-nilly. It's dangerous. They have pointy things. And
they have pointy sharp things everywhere. They'll skewer that child in an instant.
But it seems like the little girl just disappears. Lorette thinks the girl is hiding from her like a little game of hide and seek, so she checks behind one of the curtains and she's not there. But that doesn't mean she's alone. Okay, this jump scare legitimately
fucking guy every time.
Episode. It kind of reminds me of the Exorcist 3
Making catfish in the basement of hospitals. I hate when that happens every time.
Security before the vampire attacks from behind. They're also in a hospital in both scenes, which is kind of odd. But now that we have a small break, let's talk about the actors real quick. And there are a lot, so buckle up. Amanda is played by Emmanuelle Chriqui, and sadly this is her only episode in the series, but she is still acting today and has had some success in it. And just a few years after filming this, she went on to play Carly in Wrong Turn with Joey from Dexter. Next up is Jorge Vargas, who plays Felix. He also isn't in another episode of the show.
Oh, I know her. I didn't realize that was the same actor.
Play Blake, or the Navy Thunder Ranger, in Power Rangers Ninja Storm. A role.
Oh shit! He was the guy from Power Ranger Ninja Storm. I didn't even know. Oh. I just had no fucking idea. It's just someone who watched Power Ranger Ninja Storm. I still have that song stuck in my head sometimes just because it comes up in my head. Go Power Rangers, go Ninja Storm, let's go. Bye, you go outside. Hold on, I'll be right back. Ready to go outside? They seem to be having an Easter party outside as there's fucking techno music blaring a few houses down. I didn't even notice until I fucking went outside the door. Hit table. Ink table.
Still known for to this day. Margot is played by Elizabeth Rosen, and she too wasn't in another episode, but she plays Madeline in the Cult of Chucky movie. She's actually in a lot of different horror movies, but I recognized her from the Cult of Chucky. Now, for the people that have been in other episodes of the show, Alicia Cuthbert,
Cult of Chucky,
would later come back in the revival series as a Midnight Society member named Megan. And Kathleen Fee, who plays Nurse Hanton, was also in the episode Gruesome Gormits as Dottie and the Stone Maiden as Vivian. And finally, we have Irene.
Yeah, then the Shark Boy wasn't twice. Jeez, yeah, Jesus Christ. We'll talk about a fucking step down.
And finally, we have Irene Condon-Yorgis. And she played the pretty girl in the basement, and she's also in the episode The Tale of Many Faces as girl number 90. Cut back to Amanda and Colin, and he's begging to go on a date with her, but she's turning him down.
Talk about starring roles. I'm girl 90. Who are you? Who are you in the show? I'm girl 82. To be girl 69 before that became a meme.
Because she's just way too busy. She never said she didn't like him, she just can't do anything at the moment. And she's tired of him following her around, so she tells him to go back to his room before they both get in trouble. And she turns around to find, man,
subtle.
Lorette has definitely seen some better days. Amanda tries to check on Lorette, but she just completely ignores Amanda and continues down the hall silently. Weird. A few hours later, we find Amanda working in the same bathroom that Lorette was attacked in, and something is slowly stalking her.
Sorry, it's only me.
Oh great, here we go again.
And here we go again.
He's actually there for a good reason. The kid that he was sharing a room with that night isn't in the room anymore. He has been trying to escape the room all night, and he managed to do so an hour earlier, but hasn't returned. Actually, the last time we saw him in the episode was with the new hire, Margot.
Oh, I keep moving it out of the side of the camera.
Pretty serious. Amanda tries to inform Nurse Hanton, but Colin stops her because he doesn't want his new buddy to get in trouble. So he just asks Amanda if they can look for him instead, privately. An idea that Amanda isn't too crazy about, but she does it anyways. But she does.
As you would not be too keen about it.
If I get in trouble, I'll cut out your tonsils myself.
Knowing this gooner, he'd probably like it. They search for the little guy by whisper yelling his name down the hall. Not very covert, if you ask me. And they inadvertently get Nurse Hanton's attention. Luckily, there's a nearby
failure
for them to
failure already. You've already been caught immediately.
Bro, can you just give it up for like 2 seconds? And while they're hiding, Amanda notices that they're standing on a bunch of empty blood bags. Or should I say, blood bags that were emptied. Not only are they suddenly bloodless, but they're not even supposed to be in that closet in the first place. Amanda grabs one to bring it to Nurse
Nice, I see the vampire's been hanging out in closets, has he?
Off with Nurse Hanton. Her eyes are now really wide, and she's as pale as a ghost. She's also calmer now. Usually she's running around and shouting.
How strange.
No, really. She tells Amanda that she'll figure it out, and she picks up the phone as if she was going to call security. But when Amanda walks away, she just puts the phone back on the hook. And it is revealed that she too was bitten by the vampire. Amanda can't help but feel a weird tension in the hospital tonight, and she goes to see if Colin has found his friend Buddy. Sadly, he hasn't, but he does have an idea of where he could be.
Maybe
they head down to the morgue because
dry brushing the fuck out of this
earlier. Inside, they don't find much besides a dead body, which Colin is oddly fascinated by. And despite Amanda begging him to not uncover the body, he does so anyways. And seeing who it is makes Amanda panic. The body is her friend and coworker Felix, a guy she bumped into earlier that night.
How can you not see those bite marks? Small details. Small details, so minor details. You say the bite mark, it's just a birthmark. She was born with it. She was born with a gaping gash on her neck that was pouring blood out. Perfectly normal.
He's like really dead.
Dude, do you want to date her or not? I mean,
he's like really dead. Thanks. Really helping. I'm helping. Oh, you said, bro, you want to fucking date her? Shut the fuck up. The fuck are you doing? Come on, dry brushing. It's always a pain with dry brushing. I can never tell if I'm actually doing it right or not. Always just trying to catch the raised areas. But it never goes exactly the way I want it to. Mainly because I'm not sure if I ever have enough on my brush. I'm never sure if I have enough paint on my brush. Or if I'm being a bit too hard on it. Hi, Debbie!
Amanda can't handle seeing one of her friends dead, so the two decide to leave, and right after they do so, Felix sits up with an evil smile on his face. Back upstairs...
Wait, just pretending to be dead that whole time, my dude?
He too is acting very strange, and is super pale. Amanda asks about Felix, but Jack tells her that Felix is fine, and then kind of threatens them by asking if they want to go see him as well. And it's unsurprisingly...
Does everyone else want to feel fine? Power napping.
Sensing that something weird is going on, the two make an escape to the staircase, and to their horror they see... Felix, slowly walking up the stairs. And unlike all his other coworkers, Felix isn't scared to show them that he's a vampire. He chases them into the hallway of the kids' floor and tries...
Well, thank you, Felix. I appreciate your honesty. Everyone else has fucking been lying to them the whole night, but at least he came out and said, I'm a vampire. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like, you know what? Fair. All right. Fair enough, dude. All right. I appreciate your honesty.
Tries to attack Amanda, but luckily Colin does something good for once and shoves him away. Suddenly Felix begins to crack, almost like there's still a little bit of the old him left in there. He tells him that he was the first person to be completely turned into the vampire with his blood, which is how he got these fangs, and he's trying
like, man, are you gonna hey, are you a vampire? Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't feel good to lie about it. It's like the robot chicken skit. It was just like fucking and then there was fucking bunch of sounds coming from the door, like, hey, let us in. Like, hey, are you guys actually like survivors who need help, or are you like zombies? We're zombies. Like, oh yeah, it didn't feel good to lie to you like that.
Fight off the transformation. He also tells them that everyone else has been turned. All the doctors, all of the nurses, and even all of the patients.
Man, that vampire works fast.
Two left, and they have to fix things. The main vampire feeds on the people just enough to control them, but not cause any panic. Felix has somehow broken from his control, and he begs Amanda to help him stop the vampire before he finishes everyone off in the hospital. And after a moment of thinking about it, she agrees to help him, and they head back down into the basement. And as they sneak through the corridors, or as Felix does, at least, he tells them that the vampire used
one of them has to try.
Mistakenly signed for as cover, and he shipped himself and his coffin to the hospital in a crate. And Felix brings them straight to his coffin. And when they finally see it, Colin starts to think that this is all some kind of sick joke. But Felix doesn't like being called a liar and threatens to eat him if he keeps talking.
You want me to prove it to you?
It's a sick joke. Man, are you fucking... You're just a little late now. It's a little late now for you to be going, wait a minute, this is all a joke. It's all a prank. You think that would have been like something you'd do earlier and not, we were at the vampire's coffin. Wait a minute, I think you might be fucking with me. Like, come on, dude. Not now. At least if you think he's lying, play along with the bit. You can't just fucking undo it all like that now. Here at the penultimate chapter. Come on, man. What the fuck? Even if you think he's lying, just play along. See where it goes. Put a lot of effort into it. It's the least you could fucking do.
Finally, someone shut him up. Felix tells them that the vampire is linked to the coffin, and if they can destroy the coffin somehow, then he will die and everything will be fixed. And just as he says
but Nosferatu do this,
a young girl's voice calls out from the hall. It's Margot, and unlike everyone else, she looks completely normal. She does tell them that Felix is wrong. Of course, vampires need their coffins, but they also need to eat. And as she eerily starts to walk towards them, she talks about how great hospitals are for vampires.
It's like a candy store.
And unlike what the media tells them, vampires only need to eat once every 50 years. She also tells them that she made a mistake feeding on Felix so early.
So, I don't think that would be... Like, hospitals are great. It's like a candy store. I'm not entirely sure about that. I think people would get very suspicious if a hospital full of people just suddenly died. I don't know. Call me crazy. I'm just kind of thinking that's like, next day, what are they going to do? Fucking say it's a gas leak? Gas leak in the hospital. Killed everyone. Pay no attention to the gaping holes in their necks. I may not believe it's vampires, but like, Jesus Christ. I think it's like a serial killer or something.
It gave him time to turn, but it'll all be over very, very soon. Amanda doesn't like what's going on and she tries to leave, but Margot stops her to introduce her true self. Margot morphs into the horrifying green vampire, and sadly for Felix, the vampire sees him as priority number one and finishes him off, giving the other two a chance to escape quickly.
Well, sucks for Felix.
But there are vampire guards blocking the exit, so they find another hiding spot to try and figure out what to do. Colin is no help to Amanda at first, until she mentions going on a date with him. Then suddenly he has a whole plan on how to destroy the coffin. He says that if
man's got priorities,
one person can distract the vampire while the other...
Look, man's just bargaining at this point, all right? He sees the writing on the wall. He sees what's going on here. She sees she's desperate. This is the perfect time to see how desperate she is. Thank you for the lurk, Blue.
Other destroys the coffin. And since
That's
Amanda
called
is a little
good
too
business.
weak to lift it, that means Colin is going to have to. I doubt he's much stronger than her, though. Like I have room to talk. Look at me. I look like SpongeBob. They proceed with the plan, and Amanda heads back downstairs so the guards see her. And once they start...
Unfortunately, the guards' legs exploded in the when the transformation becoming a vampire guard. So apparently they can't fucking chase after her. Oh, I gotta let Piper inside. Forgot how to keep my laundry cleaning. They're aura farming. Ah, I see. They got that Dio vampire in them. They gotta fucking they gotta do that shit like Dio did the Polnareff, where he just fucking moved him down the stairs several times for fun. they gotta get those poses in.
Her, she quickly makes her way to the elevator, shouting that they
Of course. How silly of me.
Tell me yourself.
Jesus, he could teleport too? She makes it back to her floor and she attempts to pull the fire alarm, but is stopped by Nurse Hampton, who says,
"That's not a good idea."
I don't know, it seems like a good idea to me.
Vampire than the vampire. Amanda tries to escape before Nurse Hampton can grab her, but everywhere she goes, someone is in her way. Finally, she makes her way to the stairs and
push the fucking cripple kid down the stairs. What the fuck do you mean someone's in the way? Look, I'm sorry. Little Timmy's going down the fucking flight of stairs if he wheels his ass in front of me. If that fucking paraplegic vampire wheels his dumb ass in front of me, I'm kicking him down the stairs. Proper way of handling this be damned. He's going down. It's me or him, and it's going to be me.
Of course, Margot is there waiting on her. So Amanda's only option is to run up to the roof. And while she's running for her life, Colin is having a hard time moving the coffin downstairs. A task that's about to get much, much more difficult. Amanda tries her best to make it to a safe area on the roof, but somehow Vampire Margot keeps getting closer and closer, taunting Amanda, telling her to just give up.
There's no use in running.
I'm far too good a hunter.
Amanda corners herself on the roof, and the vampire...
Oh no, a vampire in a wheelchair!
Claiming that he hates the chase. But I think he's...
It's like some fucking D&D It's like some fucking D&D wheelchair bullshit. The fucking party's dead because you refuse to fucking use magic to fix your goddamn leg so no one can carry you up a flight of stairs. Oh, man. So funny. So silly. Like, she's just fucking going back and forth like, oh no, which way do I go? I know which way I'm picking. You may not know where you're going, but I know where I'm going. And certainly through that vampire in a wheelchair. Nosferatu should have picked better. I don't know what the fuck to tell him.
Secretly likes it. Back downstairs, Colin is fighting for his life against Felix. But I think Felix also has a crush on Amanda because Colin tells Felix that if he bites him, then Amanda is going to die. And this slowly starts to bring Felix back once again. And the boys really need to hurry because right now the vampire
Good job,
is
Felix.
wrangling Amanda over the edge of the roof and laughing maniacally at her torture.
I shall drop you and then lick up what's left.
Whoa! Calm down, Mr. Vampire. It's still a kid's show here. Luckily, Felix is able to fight, turning
Do it, no balls.
enough to help Colin pick up the coffin and throw it.
This is a fucking PG show. Do it. I dare you.
Just in time, too, because the vampire decides to stop playing with Amanda and just kill her the old-fashioned way. And before he could even bite her neck, his head bursts into flames and the rest of his body follows. Then the vampire falls 10 stories off of the roof, hitting another roof and slowly burning to death. And now that the vampire
Well,
is
that
dead,
was
the
lucky.
hospital is back to normal. Everyone is lively and back to their old selves. And strangely, no one remembers anything. Well, almost nobody.
I remember. Thanks.
And to end
Well,
off
he
the story,
remembers.
Colin asks one last time for a date, and Amanda finally says yes. And a door behind them closes with the number.
There you go.
65.
Wear her down. Just wear her
65 is
down.
there to symbolize the end of the 65 episodes that made up for the show, closing the door on a great 4 years of filming the show. Then we fade back to the Midnight Society, and everyone praises Sam's admittedly great story. Everyone but Gary, who's still a bit nervous to be there. He tries to leave first, but Sam stops him and asks if they could hang out after everyone leaves for a second. Then everyone else walks away making little jokes about them being in love.
It's getting a little hot.
You know, little kid stuff. Thankfully, Betty Ann is a good friend and shoves them all away. And Sam confesses to Gary that she kind of told that story because it kind of matched her scenario with him. What?
No
Really?
shit.
Gee,
Really?
I guess I just didn't notice. I hope Gary isn't as annoying as Colin is, though. I know Frank was.
That's okay, I got it.
I don't, how did you, is that how you see me? Goddamn.
About it, and she realized that maybe she can squeeze Gary in a few times a week. Then she takes Gary's hand and they sit down to watch the fire together for a little bit longer. And that's where the episode ends. One of the few episodes where they don't douse the fire, but this time it actually has a meaning. DJ McHale wanted to show that this isn't the end. Scary stories will be told around fires forever. And I really love all this sentimental
I don't think it's happening anymore, but good, whatever.
It just would have hit a lot harder if they didn't come back just 3 years later. It's like, oh, they really put a lot of thought into it. It's really nice and sweet. Let's make 2 more seasons, actually. But hopefully you guys see what I mean now. This episode can go toe-to-toe with some horror movies and still come out on top. Shoot, I think it's better than Scream 7. I think it's one of the few
That's not hard.
that actually gets me with the jump scares.
That's not hard. Scream 7 was made by a cynical fucker. Anyway, that's a whole other fucking thing. Oh god, Scream 7. Like, oh, that reminds me. We should watch that video. Yes, we should watch that video. It was a video I started like 5 minutes of it, and then I just had to fucking stop because I was gonna scream. That was Scream 7. Awful. But like, it's a sentiment I want to fucking put forward to you guys that makes me want to scream. Hold on. Second Wind. Where is it? Where is it? It was on the Second Wind channel. It was... Where is it? No, that's not it. The self-hating sequels, that's it.
Still, Martin Scorsese found...
Oh, apparently I watched like 20 minutes of it. But anyway, let's get back to this. Let's go back.
So, Scream 7 released a couple of weeks ago, and it's bad. It's very bad.
Yeah.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Not that one.
The Scream 7 is not very good. No, it seems like the people who went to see it liked it.
Bad. It's very bad.
What's your favorite?
Because like the audience liked it. The reviewers did. The critics didn't. Which I mean, I wonder if this case the critics actually being right for once, the audience just being stupid. But it also could just be the critics are so far up their own ass that they couldn't see it. They can't have fun to save their life. So you know, who knows? From what I saw of it, from what I saw of Scream 7. It wasn't very good. It just rehashed a lot of the same things you've seen over and over and over again in the Scream series without really much change to anything. And it kind of tried to do like the AI deep fakes as a scare device. And the ending had like it had 2 people being the slashers who honestly felt like the writer had just given up at that point and just picked 2 arbitrary people because it didn't really make any sense why why any of this is happening. But like, it turned out like the slasher, I wouldn't recommend going and seeing Scream 7, so I'm going to spoil it for you guys. It turned out the slasher was a woman that the main character knew, because of course it's always someone that Cynthia knows. Whatever the hell her name is, Cindy, that she knows, but it was kind of like a loose association with her, who apparently she went crazy and murdered her like abusive husband, and then just decided to keep killing, just keep going, fuck it, why not? She got some random guy from the mental asylum she was at to help her out with murdering a bunch of people. She killed her own son because it reminded her of her father, of an abusive father. And it really just felt like, okay, we're really just kind of reaching here at this point, aren't we? Your brother watched all of them recently. How did he like them? Weird. It was just a thing, eh? 'Cause it's just like, it screamed fucking 7. They're out of ideas at this point.
Scary movie.
Not that one.
However, one of the more interesting aspects about it is the recurring sense that the film hates its own existence, and perhaps even the audience for willing it into existence. This isn't a spoiler, by the way. It's not even subtext. The actual plot of the movie is that the killer was so mad that Nev Campbell, sorry, I mean Sidney Prescott, or Evans, I guess? Yeah, sure, why not? Was not in Scream 6 because the production company refused to pay her salary.
When I made that decision, I just didn't think I could live with myself walking on set. I just didn't feel right. I just knew that my value to this franchise was bigger than what had been offered. And so I just I needed to make that.
And you are right. Sorry. I mean because...
She deserves to have her happy ending.
Yeah, that tracks. That they've decided to stage a gigantic nostalgic tribute to the franchise's original Scream Queen.
Piper is barking at someone. There's a bit of a party. No, it's a bit of a party thing happening. I look outside and there's like fucking lights hanging from one of the trees in someone's backyard. There's music pumping and just like there's something going on down there, and it's got Piper all up in a huff because people keep walking by the front of the house. So it's just like, oh my god, she go, oh my god, how dare you? How dare you exist in the? How dare you be in front of my house? This is my house. So. That's just going to be a thing tonight. When do we get to the party?
Sure has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that the production team fired the star of the last 2 movies, and the second lead then quit due to what she initially cited to be scheduling reasons, but later kind of implied weren't. I'm sure all this happened organically. This is a movie where vapid nostalgia and culture's larger need to just keep reiterating over these same ideas and characters are explicitly the villains. And one of the reasons why it is so bad is because, while the movie is in many ways about how this empty, hollow House of Mirrors culture that we built is monstrous, it's also perfectly happy to cynically pander to the very sensibilities that it decries. No wonder Randy himself, Jamie Kennedy, describes Scream as the ultimate Gen X horror franchise. And believe me, if anybody understands the X, it's Jamie Kennedy.
The thing about this is though, it does take a very cynical approach to it. It's like, oh, look at all this hedonism of things that we play into, the nostalgia where we all just don't want to make new things and just be nostalgic about the old things, and then we make this process all over again, and all these audiences are bad people, like, because it goes as far as saying like audiences are to blame for this being popular. For this being a thing that's being done with studios. It takes a very, and it's going to be more as this video goes on, it's going to be taking more of an adversarial stance that it's the audience that needs to do better, not the studios. Like, the audiences just need to stop seeing this shit. And just like, I hate that perspective. I hate the perspective that the audience is to blame for something that you entirely have all the control about, and also the fucking narcissism involved in making a movie that's just hating on yourself, hating on everything around you, and then fucking and just going right up your own ass about trying to lecture everyone about all this shallow behavior while you're still collecting a paycheck for it. It's not as if the man who made Scream said no to making any more Scream movies. It's not like anyone involved in the process who's been involved in like the previous Scream movies, especially with some of them being like directly advertised as returning for Scream, like it's not like they're doing this out of like some like form of principle. They're doing it because of the fucking paycheck. They'll sit on their fucking podium, browbeat you for being a bad person and going to see it, while at the same time just raking in a fucking paycheck for it. How about you just make something new, you fucker? I just hate it. Hate it.
No, Jamie. Watch out, Jamie. You know he's around.
Jamie, look behind you. Look behind you. Turn around.
I'll turn it behind you.
Good
Not
taste.
only does Scream 7 decry selling out, it does so while enthusiastically selling out. Scream 7 is so cynical that it's cynical about being cynical.
Yeah, it's almost like it's up its own ass. It's almost like it wants to have its cake and eat it too. It wants to fucking decry everyone for being, oh, look at all you people for being, for wanting all the same thing that you've had over and over and over again. Self-referential crap, while at the same time being self-referential crap. It's like, I don't know, I just really hate that kind of design. I hate those kinds of movies. It reminds me of the fucking Joker again. The joke between Joker 1 and Joker 2, just something that was made just to piss people off, just to shit on people, and not made out of any, like, love or passion, just made to be a fucking asshole. And it's just like, I don't know why I don't know why you should get a fucking paycheck for that. I don't know.
Are you being sarcastic, dude? I don't even know anymore.
The film even came packaged with the trailer for Scary Movie 6. Effectively reducing it to a promotional tool for its own deconstructive parody. However,
at least Scary Movie, I can say, has been made with someone actually thought it'd be funny, with at least a sense of humor about it, as opposed to this, which is just made cynically. And it's, I'm putting the cart before the horse here. You haven't even heard the bad part about this. Right now, he's just stating everything as the facts as they come. I just know what he's going to say later. But let's let him hang himself with his own rope. Hold on.
Is interesting as part of a larger pattern of films that have become increasingly prevalent in recent years. The self-hating sequel. These are entries in franchises that often seem to have openly antagonistic relationships to the studios that make them.
I'm sure you can understand why our beloved parent company, Warner Brothers, has decided to make a sequel to the trilogy.
Had to stop you from fucking collecting that paycheck, did it? All the self-hating sequel made by people who go, these people just don't want to see anything new, but they want to see the same thing over and over again, to the point where they're fucking actually, in the case of Matrix 4, will literally have a whole scene that's basically why they made a Matrix 4 in the first, why the people involved in this are making the Matrix 4 when you could just, not be involved, wash your hands of it, and just walk away. And just walk away. Just walk away from it. You don't have to fucking be here for this. You don't have to fucking be here. You can just walk away. And they're like, oh, but no, I made this thing, and it's my thing. Okay. Then why don't you try to make something good? It's just like, that's the thing. It always kind of kills me about this. It's not like you can't just make something good. It's not like, oh, well, I'm done with this and I don't want to make any more things, but the studio cynically is just going to keep it going and milking it forever. Okay, if you feel that way, then why don't you just give up? Why don't you just hand it off to someone else? If it's going to be made no matter what, just hand it off to someone else. Let them do it then, who have ideas of where it can keep going. I mean, it sucks that it's going to keep going. I'm not a fan of it keep going anyway. Like, that's the thing. I feel for you. I empathize, baby. But like, can we just, if it's gonna happen anyway, why put yourself in a position where you hate yourself, you hate the audience, you hate the thing you're working on, you hate the script you're making? It's just full of cynicism and hate all the way down, instead of just handing it off to someone else and let them fucking make it instead. If you're just so fucking miserable, just fucking leave. Also, my model's sticking. But like, if you're so fucking miserable, just fucking leave. And Joker 2 is a completely different fucking thing. That's completely different. That wasn't just made because, oh, the studio's making a sequel, so I cynically just made the sequel that hates itself. Joker 2 was a movie that was made because the fucking man who made it wanted you to hate the first one. No one hated the first one because it was a pretty good movie, and then fucking got butthurt because you didn't hate the movie. Got so fucking pissy about it, got so fucking ass mad about it, that he made the sequel just blatantly shit on every single thing about the first movie because he wanted you to hate it. It was a movie that was supposed to make fun of comic book fans the first movie was. It was supposed to make fun of the, like, because he was one of those fucking assholes who had the position of the very fart huffing, head up your own ass position of, all these comic book superhero movies, they're just roller coaster rides. They're just popcorn flicks. They're not real art like what I make. I make real art and the art of filmmaking and And so I'm gonna make them a real movie and they're gonna hate it because it's actually a real movie. And then the comic book fans actually like the movie. As my model freezes again. But the comic book fans actually liked the movie. They liked Joker 1. They went, oh, this is actually a very interesting take on Joker. It's actually really good. And then he went, no, you were supposed to hate it. It was supposed to make fun of you. How dare you? Now I'm going to take the thing that I made that everyone liked and ruin it just to spite you. Like, it's so fucking, like, that's literally what it is. It literally is a movie that's so fucking hateful Oh, how the turntables, how these turntables indeed. Like, it was a movie that was so fucking cynical and so fucking spiteful that it literally ended with do what authority tells you to do or they'll fucking kill you was the moral of the message of Joker 2. It was so full of spite that the main character, that Joker, the main person being Joker, literally gets fucking raped in jail, sexually assaulted by the inmates in jail, orchestrated by the powers that be, break this man down in every fucking way, shape, and form. They physically abuse him, they mentally abuse him, they fucking actually physically rape him. And then, at the end of it, when he's a fully broken man who has given up, they kill him. The powers that be murder him in jail, and he is...
Crooked, hold on, slow
down. No, I'm on a roll. They murder him in jail, and that's how the movie ends. With some guy who said, I'm going to be the real Joker, you were supposed to be. And like that's how the movie ends. And like it literally is just the position of do what the powers that be tell you, or we'll fucking kill you. That's the movie he made. It's awful. It's an awful, hateful, spiteful movie that hates you and everything around you. This movie's not just self-hating. It hates everyone. It hates everyone. I have never seen a more spiteful movie in my life. Also, I need to see if I can fix this. Hold on. Everyone, anyone who liked the first Joker movie, it hates you. If you liked the first Joker movie, this movie hates you. This movie hates you and it wants you to go away. Because you're the wrong person. It has to do it done now. Let's see if I can disconnect this, disconnect this, turn this back on, flip the code. Sometimes I gotta flip the code. I don't know why it makes me do this sometimes, but it does. Makes me flip the port number sometimes, but that sometimes fixes it. See if that helps. That helps matters. Yeah. So yeah. I've never seen them, or I don't care to see them. I would tell you to watch the first one. The first one's pretty good. I like the first one, but goddamn, after the second one, it's pretty hard to recommend it now, ain't it? After the first one, it's pretty fucking hard to recommend. I don't know if I can tell anyone in good conscience to go waste their time with it. After that. Like, it's insane. It's insanely bad. And I don't, like, it's, ugh.
To the audiences that watch them.
As I got the sneaking suspicion that we're not giving the people what they want.
And even to their own continued existence.
We'd have to finish the movie.
Who gives a fuck about movies?
So this week, we're going to take a look at this. We're going to take a look at the Scream franchise.
again, it's just, God, really just on that, really on this perspective, if you're so fucking miserable about this whole thing, just don't do it then. Just fuck off somewhere into obscurity. Let someone else take over. And as much as I would prefer Hollywood to make new movies as opposed to recycling the old thing over and over and over again, if it's gonna happen, and you can't fucking, for a singular second, just let it go and try to make something as good as you can that you are paid to do, and instead feel the need to just lecture the entire audience and just be a miserable sod, just don't. Just fucking don't. Just go somewhere else. Go fuck off somewhere. And let someone else do it. You're clearly not in the good space to do it. You're clearly not in the right headspace to do it. You clearly don't like the thing that you made anymore. So why not someone who actually likes the thing make the thing? Again, I would prefer something new, but like, if we gotta choose, if this is the choice that we have in front of us.
We're going to zoom out to take a larger look at the industry as a whole, and we're going to look at what separates the good and the bad examples of this. This will involve talking about these films, including the identity of the killers in Scream, Scream 2, and Scream 4, and some of the basic plot of Scream 7. We'll also be discussing the ending of the most recent James Bond movie, the most recent John Wick movie, and Joker 2 Electric Boogaloo. But otherwise, we hope you enjoy this episode because...
Yeah, you're gonna love this one. It's a Scream, baby.
I was not a fan of this episode, actually. Actually, you can tell by my fucking demeanor, I was not very much a fan of this episode. Oh, my model lagging has gotten even worse.
One of the more notable aspects of Scream 7 is the involvement of Kevin Williamson, who wrote the original Scream. Williamson has also been involved in a couple of the sequels, most notably scripting Scream 2 and Scream 4, notable as the second and third best entries in the series. Both Scream 2 and Scream 4 have a somewhat ambivalent relationship to their own existence. Scream 2 was turned around notoriously quickly to cash in on the success of the first film, and one can sense Williamson's disinterest in the choice of killers. There's Tim the Elephant playing
Mickey, the freaky Tarantino film student.
And there's also future Oscar nominee Laurie Metcalf playing an even more demented mother, in a very obvious allusion to a reference to Friday
I do like this medal, though.
The start of the original
Scream. Look at the medal on his leg.
The killer in Friday the 13th.
Listen, it was Jason. I saw that movie 20 goddamn times.
Then you should know Jason's mother, Mrs. Voorhees, was the original
old
killer.
brown
Jason
medal
didn't show up until the sequel.
More to the point, though,
it's pretty good.
Scream 2 is in large part about the horror of subjecting Sidney Prescott to another round of slasher whodunits in a culture obsessed with violence and brutality. The film maybe isn't quite overtly about, well...
Trauma.
As a
trauma.
Horrors.
Isn't that a little fancy pants? That sounds kind of boring to me.
But central to Scream 2 is an argument that making this sort of film is hack work, that it's kinda nuts to want to subject these characters to the same nonsense over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Well, we have the benefit of them not being real.
Film, even more than the original. The opening sequence features a woman bleeding out in a packed cinema as the crowd cheers enthusiastically.
300 people watching.
Did Scream make fun of this?
Publicity stunt, for Christ's sake.
Fan favorite character Randy is killed in an
Isn't that like... Didn't Scream make fun of that exact thing? What am I connected to? I'm connected to something. My model says I'm connected to anything now. I'm connected to something, I just don't know what I'm connected to, apparently. Model seems to be sticking for some reason. Don't know why. Let me see if I can change this over here. It has to be sticking now, doesn't it? Just when I was getting on a roll. Just when I was getting on a roll. It's gotta start sticking. Okay. Hopefully that'll fix it. Never mind. It stuck immediately. That's just gonna be the way it is.
Graphic way in a crowded space.
I think it's just my phone's overheated. I'm not sure.
Is this what you guys really want energy to the entire film, which is refreshingly blunt? This theme carries over into Scream 4.
Is this what you guys really want? I don't know. You keep making it. It's fun. So, I guess, like, why do you guys want these extremely violent things? Why did you make the extremely violent thing in the first place? Why are you poo-pooing people, despite the fact you are literally making the thing that people want?
Sydney's cousin. Emma Roberts is literally playing Jill Roberts, the younger relative of a famous 90s celebrity who will never escape that celebrity's shadow.
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
Released more than a decade after the commercially and critically disappointing Scream 3, Scream 4 is
yeah, just like J.R.R. Tolkien.
Hyper-saturated sepia-tinted glaze that plays up the...
See? I love, this is why I love Tolkien. That's why Tolkien's the best writer. He doesn't fucking do this shit. He doesn't fucking put subtext in. He's not fucking like, oh, look at me making my commentary about society. He's just like, I just wanted to make my fun little fantasy story that has no allusions to the real world whatsoever. And I love him for it. And I love him for it. He's a good man. He's a good man. Knows how to make entertainment.
Nostalgia. And the central premise is Sydney returning to her hometown to replay her glory days. Gale Weathers continues to chase relevance, while Dewey, who has never left home, is living his best life. One of the smarter ideas in play in Scream 4 is the sense that the small town of Woodsboro, which has become a nostalgic shrine to events that happened in the 90s, and is shot on film but treated in post-production to give it that uncanny hyper-saturated digital effect, has somehow become less real and less grounded than the Hollywood...
I feel like that would be awful to watch. I feel like that'd be awful to watch. It feels like the, when they made The Hobbit at like 60 frames a second, or whatever the fuck frames per second they were making The Hobbit in, and it looked fucking awful.
that the characters visited in Scream 3.
Yeah, remember
it
that?
Looks less like a real place than the memory or the dream of a place imagined by the now aging main cast. Scream 4 is a movie about the horrors of nostalgia, to the point that the film eventually reveals that the killers are Emma Roberts and Rory Culkin, two younger relatives of massive 90s stars who will never escape the shadow of their more famous relations, because culture is just never going to move on in any meaningful way.
I mean, all I ever heard was Sydney this and Sydney that. You were always just so fucking...
That's not true at all. Like, the culture will just never move on. I don't just make something good. It's funny how this argument only lasts because things around it just keep rehashing the same things over and over and over again. And because of the perpetual state of Hollywood being in a state where trying to indie develop something into being trying to indie develop something just doesn't really happen at this point in Hollywood, especially at the time when this movie was being made. That it just doesn't take any risks. It hangs around the same things over and over and over again. And because going, but see, that's just nostalgia. People still keep buying it. People still keep going and watch it. Like, well, yeah, because people like the things that they know that's familiar. They like things that are familiar. Doesn't mean that they're not willing to engage in something new. It just means that, we as humans go, I've seen Thing. Thing was good. The sequel, new Thing comes out. Thing like old Thing. Me like Thing. Because Thing like old Thing. Which is the thing. Like, it doesn't even apply to this franchise. Because this franchise started by taking a risk. It started by taking a risk, making something new that was poking fun at everything that was around it, and then people loved it. And then it was like, but see, we can never escape the horrors of nostalgia. Just make something new. Just do it. Like, take Markiplier. Take Markiplier and fucking Iron Lung. A very good movie from all the things I hear. I have not had a chance to watch it myself. Cookie will not shut up about it. But but a movie that did incredibly well for itself, was very popular, and if it had any of the advertising budget that fucking many of these movies had, probably would have been a massive success. And it's a relatively fresh idea. It's a relatively very fresh idea with very little nostalgia around it. I don't think there was massive amounts of people clamoring for Iron Lung to be made into a movie. Only Markiplier really was, and that's because Markiplier really liked the game. The game that came and went with the streamer craze. Came and went with the when streamers found it, played it, everyone loved it when they played it, and then everyone moved on, right? But Markiplier loved that fucking thing. He loved it to death. And he made a movie out of it. He put in the hard work, the effort, determination. You could see it on the fucking screen. And it resonated with people. People loved it. And the only reason it was the only reason its success was so limited, despite the fact that it made its money back and more, absolutely crushing its budget in return. The only reason it didn't have even more success was because it was limited in its theatrical releases. It was limited in its theatrical releases, and if you believe this, Disney fucking throttled the shit out of it in the algorithm. Companies like Disney throttled the shit out of it in the algorithm because it was showing them up for an indie movie that was blowing the fuck out of their $200 million piece of shit. And it's just like, in an environment like that, where you can clearly see that people would like something new, people would like to see something they hadn't seen before, and really do enjoy it, and thoroughly enjoy it, that I just don't believe this argument. I don't believe the argument that we're stuck in this perpetual loop because the audience just refuses to move on. I say we're stuck in this loop because you refuse to give them the products that they want. You refuse to make things that would actually entice them. You refuse to make things that are made in that same kind of passion and spark that many of these directors and writers used to have, that they no longer have, because now they become cynical, old, and jaded because they spend most of their time hanging around people who are absolute phony douchebags. It's like, and when in that kind of environment, I don't know how, in Hollywood's environment, I don't know how the fuck you make anything new. Even if you do have the pull to actually make something together, it's just like there's too many fucking middlemen, there's too many fucking fingers and everything, too much of a fucking hassle. I feel like many of these directors and writers, like especially Scream, for instance, let's take Scream for example, and anyone who's worked on a previous Scream who wants to make something else and hates that they've been working on Scream, they'd be really happy just going into indie film development, trying to get something else funded on their own, and just making something from scratch and just trying to do it. Especially in the age of the internet, where you can make shit and just put it out on YouTube and for people to watch, right? Like, there's plenty of film developers who just made small things on YouTube that really just appeal to their passion. I feel like it very much fucking turn around their perspective on life, but the perspective on this in life, but you know. Or you can just sit here, waste hundreds of millions of dollars shitting on your audience. I guess that's an option too. I suppose that's always an option.
A very prescient horror sequel, Scream 4 is in many ways a movie about the death grip that Gen X holds on popular culture, to the point that the only way that Roberts can conceive of getting ahead is to stage her own like a sequel in which she emerges as the final girl by default. It is kind of funny that Scream 4 was released in 2011, prefiguring the oncoming decade plus of Gen X coded nostalgia features.
I don't know if Star Wars is really Gen X, but all right.
A wave.
Well, I mean, I guess it is. Gen X is a pretty big generation. It's like a pretty big, big as in a long stretch of time. But anyway,
and going and going and going and go.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
But again, I blame the studios for that.
Apparently, originally
before then the
followed Jill as effectively the villain protagonist into the sequels, but it turns out that Gen X just ain't gonna hand over those keys gracefully. Still, this brings us neatly to Scream 7, the fourth film in the series to feature
again the phrasing right there, what he just said. Right there, Gen X is holding on to this. They're strangleholding it. They refuse to hand it over so easily. It's like, motherfucker, it's like you're fighting ghosts. Motherfucker, you are shadowboxing no one. Motherfucker, motherfucker, you're throwing yourself on the goddamn ground going, look at these people assaulting me, and there's no one around you. It's like, they make it sound like they're getting fucking held at gunpoint, and if they step out of line for even a fucking second, they'll die. And then as literally everyone, and not even just myself, I can fucking point to so many fucking people going, please just make something else. There's like begging. It's fucking begging. I can categorically prove people are begging all over the place, from boomers to Gen X to Gen Z to everyone. Make something else. And then they go, no, what you need is Scream 8. No, what you need is another sequel to a movie that fucking hates you. Why do you keep making me do this? Make the next attack of the killer tire iron. Exactly. Like, fucking... Just imagine a man just fucking whipping himself in the corner of one of those fucking flails going, why do you make me do this? Why do you make me do this? While everyone's just telling him, just stop. Just stop doing it. I don't know why I find this so fucking funny. I should be more angry, but it's just fucking funny. It's just really funny. Why do you make me beat this dead horse? It's just a schizophrenic man just fucking yelling at everyone, why do you make me do this? And everyone's just going, I don't even know who the fuck you are. I can't even fucking paint. I can't even fucking paint. I'm laughing too much. Oh my god. You gotta fucking laugh because the only other option is to cry. And these people will never learn their fucking lesson until the entire industry comes to the fucking ground, or just falls to the fucking ground. It's just like, and they refuse to learn their fucking lesson. They refuse. They just belligerently blame you for it, despite the fact that you are directly telling them not to do this. Please, don't do this. And they just go, why? Why do you make me do this? I told you not to!
Did and rewrote the script. The film opens with a similar condemnation of nostalgia, revealing in an introductory scene that the house from the first and fifth films has been turned into a seedy tourist trap. A statement of intent, the opening sequence features the killer literally setting the house aflame. Just in case this subtext is too nuanced for viewers to pick up on, the movie's tagline is quite literally, burn it all down. The film matches up with
really fucking bold. Really fucking bold. God, just making a fucking stance. By the way, has that check cleared for Scream 8 yet? Just asking. Just asking. What did you buy with that check you got for Scream 7? Did you sign on for Scream 8 yet? So that you can then just do the same thing again and blame everyone else for it, despite the fact you keep fucking doing this?
A quiet life, married to a cop called Mark.
Oh,
now, you might
God.
assume that given that the third film introduced a love interest called Mark who was a cop, and how frequently the subsequent films reference Sydney's husband being a cop called Mark.
How are you? How's Mark?
I think I'll keep him.
Mark and the kids are okay. Yeah, they're safe for now.
Hey, I talked to Sydney. She sends her love, but she's taking Mark and the kids someplace safe.
Bet she had married Detective McDreamy here. But no, it turns out she married a completely different cop called Mark, played by another actor from a 2000s television show.
Let me say, is it fucking subtext, or did the writer just fucking forget that the cop was called Mark because he doesn't fucking care? Mocha, hello! I'm busy losing my fucking mind. I'm busy losing my fucking mind right now. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Oh, fuck me gently. It's just a never-ending cavalcade of nonsense. And you know if someone points out, actually, wasn't the cop that Cindy was married to named Mark, that we said multiple times in multiple different movies? As this motherfucker's buying hook, line, and sinker, that he's just like, oh no, see, it's subtext. That's just, there's deep meaning behind it. And it's not just the writer's a fucking idiot and just didn't care to check. No, that couldn't be possible. Truly, it's more likely it's some deep cynicism.
But I digress.
Anyway.
The killers in Scream 7 are motivated primarily by the fact that Sydney was not in Scream 6. This is not subtext. I'm not being poetic here. This is literally, textually their motivation.
Also, I wonder if that's actually true, because the killer said something entirely different at the end of the movie, but whatever.
Fans throwing a temper tantrum.
I haven't even fully eaten the sandwich. I still have a whole half a sandwich sitting next to me. It's been here for hours, and I've not eaten it yet because I've been fucking yapping so goddamn much. And it's just like, oh, don't you see? The killer is just the enraged fans who wanted to see Cindy in Scream 6, and we just had to make it this way. We just had to make it this way. It had to be done. It couldn't be made any other way. Why do you do this to me? Screams the writer as he just belligerently continues forward, making a piece of shit that shits on all of the audience and treats them like they're the problem, despite the fact he's just willingly walking into the rakes. Why do you do this to me? Screams the writer. God damn it. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking dumb and could be solved so goddamn easily if someone would just stop. Just stop.
That their favorite character wasn't in the last film in the franchise. Over the course of the movie, they used generative artificial intelligence to resurrect past characters, including one of the original killers, Stu.
That's gonna be fun.
In a plot point which is very obviously mocking fan obsession with the idea that Stu somehow survived Scream. While also
mocking fan obsession. How dare fans have an opinion? How fucking dare you? We need to make fun of you now. You must be mocked, belittled, and derided for having a theory that Stu might have survived having a television dropped on him. How fucking dare you, says the writer. How fucking dare you? Let's add in a convoluted... Oh, God. Go to the timeout corner. What did I do? You know I'm right. You know I'm right. I only spoke the truth. You're getting too heated. Now I'm getting too heated. Now I'm getting too heated. Only now? Really? I feel like I've been heated for a while. I feel like I've been heated ever since the fall we started talking about Fallout 76. But there, I'll drink some more of this water with the funny tasting ice. It's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. It's just so up your own ass. It really is just the sorry sod in the party who just has to ruin everyone's fun. Right? Because he's just a miserable curmudgeon. Like, Stu being brought back to life, so we made a convoluted plot point that doesn't even make sense in the movie itself, based on what I've seen, as to why this is being done this way, all just to mock the fans. who have a theory that maybe Stu is alive, actually. And the writer goes, how fucking dare you? Oh, how dare you? Like, I'm not really too upset by this. So don't take my don't take my fuming too literally, but it's like, man, it's one of those things I just find really baffling. I just don't understand how you can have this kind of perspective on things. I don't understand how you can put the effort into wanting and doing this shit. Like, he had to fucking write this shit, produce this shit, watch the fucking actors do this shit, get this past fucking editors, get this all lined up just to fucking shit on people who just had an opinion on the internet. Like, I guess I gotta put props up for the dedication. I guess I gotta give him that. He really did just fucking stew on that shit. To point out, this Scary Movie 5, which means that people have had this little fan theory going for a little while. But Scary Movie 5 was like fucking what? Like almost 10 years ago? When was Scary Movie 5? When did that one fucking come out? Hold on. I know there's a big gap between Scary Movie 6 and Scary Movie 7. So when did, let me see. When did, Scary Movie 5 release date? 2013. So it was over 10 years ago. So this man's been stewing on this shit for like 10 years. Get the fuck over it, man. The man's been fucking stewing. Oh no, I'm sorry. I did that. That's Scary Movie 5. That's Scary Movie 5. That's the wrong fucking movie entirely. Scream 5. What fucking franchise am I talking about here? I'm an idiot. I'm fucking stupid. That makes sense. That makes more sense. Like, goddamn, like, got 10 years? Like, Jesus Christ. Alright, so Scream 5, which was, oh, right, it was just when they just called it Scream. Right. That was 2022. So, he's been stewing on this for 4 years. 4 years. Still, though. You've been stewing on this shit for 4 years? Get the fuck over it, man. And wrote a whole movie about it. Get the fuck over it. Just get over it. Have you ever just thought about just getting over it? Play Get Over It with Bennett Foddy. It'll make you feel better.
Fans what they want in the most passive-aggressive and dismissive way imaginable, bring back Matthew Lillard for effectively a cameo using generative AI. Throughout Scream 7, there is a pervasive sense that the movie holds a deep contempt for not only its whole existence, but also for its target audience.
That ought to hold the little SOBs.
Yeah.
It gives the viewers nostalgic cameos from whatever actors were willing to mortgage their dignity, while also having
that does seem to just
wavy point about the.
It has contempt for its own fucking audience, and I just don't know how you can waste time on that. Like, fundamentally, as a human being, I can only just point and laugh at it because it is just fundamentally ridiculous. It is just fundamentally ridiculous that you would waste this much time and energy over hating a core group of people that you're directly catering to, that you're making the products, you're selling them the products, you told them to be here for the next one, and here they are, being dedicated fans because they like the things that you make and they want to see and they want to support you, and you have the gall to just slap them across the jaw. You have the gall to slap them across the jaw. When they're just coming and going, I like what you make and I want to support you. Like, talk about being just right up your own ass and around the corner. That you can't even see that these people are just that these people just like what you make and they like Scream, they like what it is, and they want to support it. There's nothing wrong with that. In a perfect world, we could have both things. Some nostalgia bait here and a little bit of and some new things. But we don't live in a perfect world, do we? No, we do not. And just such a miserable sod. Miserable sod.
Cynicism of vapid nostalgia rendered through AI. As much as the film decries the pointless nostalgia bringing Sidney back into the series, it also lovingly recreates sequences from the first two Scream movies. It's a movie intent on having its cake and eating it. And yeah, sure, that's chocolate. I don't know why you'd ask that question.
However, lovingly recreating it or just baiting nostalgia, cynically. Because I don't think there's a single bone of love in this person's body.
What's really notable about this?
I'm pretty sure if he felt love, you would think it's a tumor.
Feel this way. It's part of a larger cultural trend. Obviously, sequels have a long history, predating cinema itself. From the earliest days,
is it a cultural trend or just a singular trend?
And stories.
From one person in particular.
Films focus on the character of the tramp. Fritz Lang constructed a trilogy of films around Dr. Mabuse spanning from 1922 through to 1960. The Universal monster movies spawned a wave of sequels and shared universes. The Planet of the Apes films released almost yearly from the late 60s into the 70s.
Man, I never even knew there were that many Planet of the Apes films.
Were seen as cheap and gaudy things. The idea was to cut the budget on each film faster than the box office would drop off, bringing as much profit as possible from the property. You did this by dropping talent, by stripping away expensive period settings, whether past or future, and by shooting in Los Angeles rather than on location, usually on properties that were owned by the studio. A consequence of this was that, generally speaking, both audiences and studios understood that there was only so much that you could milk a property, and only a narrow window in which you could do it, which meant at least the franchise films that they're producing were in a steady stream of rotation. Francis Ford Coppola has famously claimed that Hollywood was so ashamed of sequels that The Godfather Part 2 was the first film to put 2 in the title. While this claim is disputed, there is arguably a stronger claim that it was the first Hollywood film to use 2 in the title.
That is true. There was a long period of time where Hollywood was very ashamed of the concept of the sequel. It changed at a certain point. I debated when exactly that point is. And Hollywood eventually began to really love the sequel. But yeah, there definitely was a point. It was a cultural shift that people were more fine with sequels. That used to be seen as taboo or tacky. A tacky thing to do. But like any medium, anything can be done if you do it properly. I don't think there's really anything there's anything that can be done. There's very few things that can be done in the world that I don't think could work if you do it properly. For instance, I think you could make a horror game you could make a horror game on the Kinect work if you just made the Kinect move motions actually fucking function properly. Because there was one horror game that actually was on the Kinect. There was one actual horror game on the Kinect. And it had a very neat idea, a very neat premise. It was interesting. It was a very interesting game. Kinect was fucking dog shit, though. Didn't work properly, and it ruined the game. But, like, point is, you make anything work. So it was weird for them to just be so about anything involving a sequel. I always felt like it was more in that cultural time period. It was just more people having more of their head shoved up their own ass. Anyway.
Artsy scene, and how studios were largely embarrassed by the idea that they would be seen to be making sequels. Incidentally, by the way, you can see The Godfather Part 2 as one of the earliest examples of these ambivalent sequels. A film that is largely about rejecting any impression that the first movie created of Michael Corleone as a cool dude, instead focusing on his melancholy, his emptiness, and his loneliness.
It's a cool dad.
Are you saying you can't have a cool character who has... That's a weird fucking statement to make. Oh, let me listen to that again. That was a weird fucking statement to make. Hold on.
Incidentally, by the way, you can see The Godfather Part 2 as one of the earliest examples of these ambivalent sequels. A film that is largely about rejecting any impression that the first movie created of Michael Corleone as a cool dude, instead focusing on his melancholy, his emptiness, and his loneliness.
That's a weird fucking statement. That's a weird fucking statement. Like, and maybe he means it in a different way. I'm not too familiar with the character. I don't quite remember him at all, so I can't really say if that's actually it. But what a strange thing to say. We have this really cool character, and so in the sequel, we're going to focus on his melancholy and his loneliness, and go, we can't just make a character who's cool and also has depth to him. with some interesting aspects, like he's a bit lonely, he's a bit melancholy, and can't make a cool character still be cool while having depth, while having these things attached to them. What a weird thing to say. Now, in the specific context of The Godfather 2, I have no idea exactly what they mean. So take that my statement here with a pinch of salt. But I would think that even if the character, regardless of whether the character is cool or not, you can make it work within the context of the character. You can explore the character and show that they're not what do you say? That they have flaws, that they have weaknesses, and still be a cool character and not ruin the character, right? Like, I just saw a weird thing. That's not a weird thing for me to say, right? Because, like, I feel like you could do that. I feel like we've seen that, like with Aragorn in Lord of the Rings, a character who is really cool but has his own flaws, such as self-doubt and a inability to trust, and a reluctant trust of people, a reluctant trust of the concept of redemption, due to, which is what a lot of Lord of the Rings and his character is about. Humans can redeem themselves from their mistakes. Something that involves the human characters quite a bit in Lord of the Rings. And, like, that makes Aragorn into a really good character, a really memorable character, a really likable character, a really cool character. Are these things, especially like Boromir, for instance. Despite the fact Boromir was only in one of the Lord of the Rings movie, he's he's an incredibly popular character. And because Boromir is a multifaceted character and he's still really cool, so it's just like, it's such a weird, taken in isolation, it's such a weird statement. But this must be context dependent. It's gotta be context dependent, because if it's not, I have no idea what crack he's smoking.
Di essere forte. E tu era per la famiglia. Mica di farti forte la famiglia. Mica di...
In large part due to the success of The Godfather Part 2, which won Best Picture, and The Empire Strikes Back, which won, Best Sequel Ever, sequels became a lot more respectable during the 80s. Slasher movies, comedies, action flicks...
Well, I don't know if slasher movie sequels were ever respected, but anyway.
Sequels. There was clearly some internal ambivalence about this. In Halloween 3, for example, it's a screening of the original Halloween that heralds the apocalypse.
Turn it off! Turn it off! Stop it!
I just thought that was a really good...
Tobe Hooper's Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 parodies 80s excess and sequel escalation by having its hero, celebrity Dennis Hopper, raid a chainsaw store and wield 2 chainsaws simultaneously. There was a sense, just a slight sense mind you, that Hooper maybe wasn't taking the Texas Chainsaw franchise entirely seriously.
Now, in this case, I have no idea if we're being cynical about this or if someone's just going right up their own ass with their interpretation of what Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 was about. All I know is that Texas Chainsaw Massacre wasn't exactly a series that needed a bunch of sequels, but then got a bunch of sequels. Why I say that it's weird to say that horror movie sequels were respected, because aside from Friday the 13th, Part 2, the sequel, I don't think any of the other ones, aside from a handful here or there, were ever really, like, truly respected. You know? Abby. Cat's here. Cat is here. Like fucking, for instance, Halloween 3. Which was not liked. It only really got popular later. Halloween 3 only really gained popularity much, much later in its life. Much, much, much later in its life. While as being like a very out there experience. But even back then, even back then, I'm seeing a lot of the cynicism rolling around of just, oh God, how dare I have to make a sequel to this fucking movie. Anyway... We won't get on that horse again. But Halloween 3 wasn't really liked because of how out there it was as a movie. And it literally had nothing to do with Halloween. or at least Halloween as the slasher movie franchise. That had a bit to do with Halloween as the concept of the holiday, which made it gain some popularity later in life when it, as a cult classic, when it became more of just a movie you watch around the time of Halloween, but not Halloween the slasher movie itself, you know? But yeah, it was definitely a movie and a half. I still don't really understand it much myself these days. Like, I go back and watch it on occasion, and it did interesting things, I guess, but, like, I never really found it good. Right? Like, I never really found it to be a good movie. Because it was just kind of really fucking bizarre. It was just really fucking bizarre as a movie. It had a catchy fucking tune, though. I will give it that. It had the catchiest fucking tune in existence. I still remember that. Not the Halloween theme. Here, I'll play it for you. I'll play it for you. You need to understand. Halloween 3 Silver Shamrock song. Yeah. Listen to this shit.
Happy, happy Halloween, Halloween.
Wait, was this it?
Halloween, happy, happy.
I don't think this was the original one. Hold on. Also, is it the original one or is this the original one?
Happy, happy Halloween,
Eh, close enough. Close enough.
Halloween, Silver Shamrock. Happy, happy Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. Happy, happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock.
It's almost time, kids. The clock is ticking. Be in front of your TV sets for the horror-thon. And remember the big giveaway at 9.
To give you a little bit of a spoiler, if you don't want a spoiler, get stick-kicking cockroaches in your ear. When the song played, it fucking killed people.
How dare you ruin my perfectly good nap with what I'm treating as basically ASMR.
Get fucked. Get fucked.
Still, even as these sequels flooded the market, there was room for at least some original films at the box office. Now for the part of the YouTube video essay that everybody loves. The graphs and the tables, baby. If we look at the end-of-year top 10 at the global box office over the past 35 years, there's a clear trend. Those lists are increasingly taken up by sequels, prequels, reboots, remakes, readaptations, and shared universe features. Hell, just look at the box office top 10 for 1990, which did include a couple of sequels, but which also included everything you could ask for. Some good wholesome family violence, some light, well-intentioned cultural appropriation, and just the right amount of erotic clay.
Oh, well, that's eye-rolling, isn't it? Wasn't that an eye-rolling statement?
There was room there for family films, historical epics, romantic comedies, action movies, thrillers aimed at adults, and high-concept mind-screwy science fiction. It's a marked difference from last year, where the only two non-sequel, non-reboot, non-remake movies in the end-of-year top 10 were a Minecraft movie and that one where Brad Pitt make car go fast. Both of which are notably still franchise films, just extensions of franchises that happen to exist outside film and narrative television.
And whose fault is that?
Understand why there's been a growing.
And whose fault is that? Is it the audience who just watch who go see? Peck you mook? No, you will not peck me. Whose fault is that? Is that the audience's fault or the people making movies' fault? Because I say it's the latter. Because notice, one graph he will not show. I don't think will even come up in this film. I don't think will even come up in this video. Oh, Deepak. One graph that he will not show in this video, which I don't think comes up in this video, so I'll eat my words if it does. Cost of movies. Notice, and I will guarantee you, if you go look up a graph that involves the cost of movies, and you look at that graph, and you look at a graph of what are the top 10 movies in each year as that cost goes up, you'll see a correlation. And I've been having opinions on stuff. I'm working on it if you stop striking me. But I'm sure you would see a correlation between the two. I'm sure 100% when the movies start hitting the $200 million mark, you'll start seeing a lot of the similar movies coming out over and over and over again. Similar movies that previously did very well. Airplane is such a classic. It is a classic. It is. But like you would see it, and like it's not the fucking audience that made movies cost that much, and that's why they make these sequels. That's why they make sequels, reboots, pre-established franchises, anything like that. It's because the cost of movies is so fucking ridiculously high that studios want a guaranteed success. They want a guaranteed success, so they go with something safe, which then means that audiences really, if they want to go to the movie theaters and see a movie, will only have the choices of seeing these movies. The ones that are sequels, the ones that are remakes, the ones that are reboots, the ones that are part of pre-established franchises. And then which causes a nice little feedback loop, doesn't it? Those are the movies that make their money back because those are the only movies studios are willing to make, or studios are willing to back and willing to make, because they've dumped so much money into it that that's the only way they can actually make a fucking profit. And now, and it all feeds in back into itself. But it's not the fucking audience's fault that feedback loop exists. It's the studio's fault. It's the people making the movie's fault that feedback loop exists at all. It's the people who keep chasing trends and going, we must have like the most advanced technology in all of our fucking movies. We have to CGI everything. We have to go to very selective studios that have unionized the shit out of the market to the point that they can only go to select certain like animation studios, like CGI studios that handle all the post-processing work, for instance. And those studios charge a fucking arm and a leg because they have to, because they get such a mountain of work that they have to work through. So they have to charge top dollar for their work, because if they don't, they'll be absolutely swamped. But then that also makes the movie's budget go right through the roof. And it's not like it had to have this. It's not like it has to be done this way. They just go, no, it's the latest thing. And if we don't have latest thing, then it's just going to be shit. Like, for instance, I'm pretty sure this 20th Century Fox logo right there is actually CGI. It's not actually there. I'm pretty sure that's part of the green screening and the post-processing effect of all that. You know what would have been cheaper than all that? Just having a giant 20th Century Fox logo in a desert somewhere that they bury in the fucking sand. And you would have the same effect. And you would have had the same effect. But one is way less than the other. It's really kind of funny to think about, actually. It's really kind of funny to think about, because CGI was supposed to be the thing that made movies cheaper to make. Right? Like, CGI was supposed to be the thing that made movies way cheaper to make back in the day. Like, that was what it was sold on. We don't have to do expensive practical effects. We can CGI it. And now it's completely inverted. Now practical effects are way cheaper to do than CGI. And now CGI is just through the fucking roof and balloons the cost of movies so dramatically. And we're not even talking, and this is before we even talk about like paying for top billing actors who charge an arm and a leg for their work. Before you even get like composers who you're going to get the good composers, so they charge an arm and a leg for their fucking work. And then before you even get into advertising, which usually costs like half the budget of the fucking movie. Advertising is usually by rule in Hollywood half the cost of the movie's budget. So it's sometimes not even good CGI. Well, that's the thing. The CGI can be good, but it's never on a fucking timetable where it's possible to really make any of them really good. So that's why it's rare to see really good CGI these days, because it's only a handful of studios that work specifically with CGI and all these effects that have to do all the work, and there's not enough time between this movie and the 15 other movies that have just come in through the door. It's like they don't have the time. They don't have the time to make it good. And it's just, and the advertising, it's half the movie's budget. By the way, if you see a movie cost $200 million to make, that's not actually true. It's actually more than that because they don't put a lot of the budget on actual reports that you read on the internet. For instance, advertising is usually not calculated in the film budget, which is usually half the budget of the movie. So the movie costs $200 million to make, and you see the budget of $200 million, it's actually like $300 million. And also, a movie is not considered profitable until it makes like double the amount they paid on the movie. So just to put you in perspective of how fucked the situation is, we're talking like a $200 million movie needs to make like a $500 million profit to be considered profitable. And like I'm saying it over, I'll say it once, say it twice, say it a million times. It's not the audience who did that. The audience didn't fucking do that. The studios did that to themselves. Yeah, like top billing actors, like half the fucking budget, because like we get like an actor like The Rock, for instance. The Rock charges absurd prices to be in the movie. Back when he was super popular, right? Back when he was like he was getting put in like fucking everything. He would charge absurd fucking rates to be in a movie. Like he would literally double your film budget. It was fucking insane. It was fucking insane.
At this push to just keep making sequels and reboots and prequels, flooding the market with often derivative and underwhelming works.
We're reviving a canceled undercover police program from the 80s and revamping it for modern times. You see, the guys in charge of this stuff lack creativity and are completely out of ideas. So all they do now is recycle shit from the past and expect us all not to notice.
More broadly,
again,
nothing is allowed
how is that the audience fault?
Nothing ever dies. Everything has to be designed to run in perpetuity.
Do the same thing as last time. Everyone's happy.
Something like the definitive ending of Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight Rises feels impossible even a decade and a bit later, to the point that even James Gunn's big swan song to his Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy has to end with the promise that, yes, Star-Lord will return. In the old days, franchises died when profits dried up or creative talent moved on.
Well, that's because he's fucking part of the MCU.
In this increasingly fragmented media age, any property, no matter how marginal, is likely to be revived and exploited far beyond the intent of the original creators. It's also liable to become fodder for generative artificial intelligence at a time when creatives are increasingly marginal.
Oh god, don't bring up the fucking SAG-AFTRA strikes that just ruined. What's this? Yelling about stuff. Yeah, you know, CG just yelling at the clouds. This one's talking about the cynical nature of sequel making and blaming the audience for watching this stuff, despite the fact that the people who make this stuff receive no blame for putting everything in this position at all. And also, I'm painting a mini for fun. If you see, little tech priest. It's a tech priest, man. I'm painting. He's a cool guy. I've been trying out these new dark art set that I got from Duncan Rhodes Paints. And it makes really cool colors. I gotta say. He's still in the we're still working on him. He's still in the process, but he's pretty cool. Probably would be a lot further along if I wasn't stopping every 3 seconds to fucking scream about something. Can you make a flesh priest? A flesh priest? You mean a tech priest painted in flesh colors? No. Why do you hate me? Extreme hands with crooked finish to the sandwich. That's very unlikely, as I've not been touching it basically at all. Which reminds me, I need to take another bite of it. I'll have a sandwich, CG. But yeah, the Writers Guild strike. This fucking batch of idiocy. Where this has also been a massive fucking problem.
Why in my drowsy slumber did I hear the word flesh and priest in the same sentence?
Blame CG, he said it. Would you go to an amusement park ran and owned by 100% vampires? You don't pay with money, but you pay with blood. Okay, so like each ride costs a certain amount of blood, or don't like entering the park costs a certain amount of blood, or like each ride costs a certain amount of blood. What about concessions? Yes to what? You gotta be specific here. What about concessions? Are concessions free? Or they also cost blood? La Mancha Land? What the fuck is La Mancha Land? I don't know what La Mancha... Hold on, I'm gonna Google that. I'm Googling it. Hold on. Oh, it's it's more Limbus Company stuff. Okay. Alright, fair enough. So if you get an all-day pass, it's a one-time pass. If you don't have the all-day pass, it depends on the ride. How much blood does it take to get the all-day pass? Except I never mentioned it was made out of blood. If the pass is made out of blood? So are we not speaking like hypothetically here, or are you just telling me about Limbus Company again? Are we talking about, are we just speaking like just a general hypothetical here, or are we just making Limbus Company jokes now? No, there's a contract here. I would say... It's a general hypothetical. Okay. I would say if the park, for a general blood donation, like the amount you would give of blood that would make me not pass out, that I can recover generally pretty quick from, or generally with just like sitting down for a little bit and sucking on some oranges and I'd be fine. If it was an all-day pass and concession was free, I would go to that park. Yeah, I would go. That sounds kind of cool. They want returning customers. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah, if it was like an all-day pass sort of thing, like you get a Six Flags pass, you just give them like a fucking couple pints of blood. Well, probably not a couple pints. That would probably just fucking kill you. But you get what I'm saying. If you give them blood, you sit down, you suck some oranges for a bit, but now you get there early, right? You get there like 10, and then you got all day to just like from noon to dusk to just have fun at the park, or dusk until morning because it's vampires actually. But it's good vampires actually probably opposite order there. But anyway, point is that could be fun. That could be fun. 10 ounces for 5 to 10 ounces for all day. How much? What would happen if I lost 10 ounces of blood? Let's see. What would happen if I lost 10 ounces of blood? Losing 10 ounces of blood. Blood is a minor loss, equal less than 1 standard pint. You can experience no severe symptoms. You have mild dizziness, lightheadedness, and slight fatigue to your body as your body compensates. Easy. 10 ounces, easy. Okay, so there is a contract. What does the contract say? But 10 ounces isn't that much. 10 ounces is a very small amount of blood. For the human body, at least. According to what I'm reading here. So just some fatigue, mild dizziness. No big deal. Yeah, I'd do it. If you're donating that amount of blood, they're not going to let you go in there on your own. Why wouldn't they let me go in there on my own? What's going on in there that I need an escort? But yeah, like if I have to keep tapping that amount of blood though the entire day, that would be a different story. That'd be a different story. Yeah, that'd be a very different story. I saw your thing. We can't let the employees smell blood. All right, they're all... Well, I assume they're all at least well-behaved vampires. Sorry, but it's a park full of vampires. It's only ran by vampires. Well, I assume they would be... If you could donate blood to enter, seeing people wouldn't be that uncommon, I don't think. I imagine it has to be, or at least they would be staffed by people who are at least used to this shit. Sounds like some, you know, this sounds like some Return to Horrorland type shit. God, I love Horrorland. What a fun thing that was. I see. Hierarchies. Anyway, I'm going to continue this video. I was yelling about the writer's strike and how it caused nothing but problems for the film industry. It caused nothing but problems for the film industry, made the budgets even worse, and it's why movies have multiple writers in the writer's room now. And basically, none of the writers in the writer's strike can argue for any favorable conditions in the in any contract, in any movie that they're a part of, and anything that they do. They cannot argue for any favorable conditions or an increase in pay because they're tied to the guild. Being tied to the Writers Guild is literally the worst decision you can make as someone who wants to write in Hollywood. If you want to write in Hollywood, fuck SAG-AFTRA. Do not be part of them. You're fucked if you do. Because all they do is just work off the lowest common denominator in their guild. In their group. Which means if you're better than the lowest common denominator, tough shit. You're scaled down to them. You have to make the pay that they agreed to and deal with the conditions that they agreed to, that they agreed to as well. And you can't argue for a better position, despite the fact you are a better writer than they are. Don't do it. To be fair, there weren't that many laws against AI, and they did kind of set a precedent. Yeah, but they also they also fucked themselves massively. The thing was, like, oh, we have laws against the AI stuff that they can't do now, which actually didn't really do a whole lot. Because, like I said, a lot of the AI stuff was unprecedented, and a lot of stuff that they were afraid of can't really happen anyway now. It couldn't really happen anyway. And now they've kind of just put themselves in a really shit position. They put themselves in a really shit position. It's basically a shitty union. It's a shitty union. It's a shitty union that basically had all of its members get completely shafted so that the higher ups in the union got protections that they wanted. They got the guarantees they wanted. Everyone else got fucked. The union who was supposed to be protecting the writers fucked them. They're absolutely fucked. And everyone is going, oh, but the AI. By the time AI becomes a problem, you're going to be living out of a fucking box on the street. The people, and it's not as if they're fucking stop them from using AI. They're like, oh, you can't use our work in any of the stuff, which is a lot of the stuff that the guaranteed protections that they got. It doesn't stop them from just cutting SAG-AFTRA out entirely and just doing their own thing with AI. It doesn't. It's not. It's an agreement between. It's an agreement that only lasts while they're working with the Writers Guild, and it doesn't live outside of the Writers Guild.
Lies within the industry in the process. Rocket Raccoon makes Disney investors billions upon.
And also, if we're being brutally honest here, if they were all replaced with fucking AI, the mark quality of the writing in the movies would go up. I'm sorry, most of them are fucking garbage and don't deserve to write anything. and don't deserve is a strong word. They shouldn't be writing anything. So, not as if I would be sad to see them replaced by a fucking coffee maker.
On billions of dollars, while his co-creator Bill Mantlo struggles to pay basic medical bills. So, of course, they're
you get paid what you fucking deserve. You get paid what you argue for. You get paid what you think you're worth. And sorry, guess who's on a totem? Guess in this fucking image here, who's on the fucking who's higher up on a totem pole? Hell, guess who's higher up? Guess who argued for better rates and put himself in a better position than this guy did? Guess which one?
Co-creator Bill Mantlo struggles to pay basic medical bills. So, of course there's an urge to burn it all down. To be clear, this ambivalence is not an entirely new thing. We've already mentioned the subtext of The Godfather Part 2 being a rejection of any romantic reading.
Because ain't this guy the guy who usually makes terrible video game adaptations? Because you don't need to play a video game to understand it. That's just fucking Hollywood having no respect for video games at all in general. I think I like, even if they played the game, right? The core issue is that Hollywood just fucking hates video games. They see them as childish, as silly. They don't see it as a serious art form. So they treat it like every time they take an adaptation for a video game, they're, quote, improving on it. Now it's a real art. It's a real art form. And we're making it better. That's the issue. It's arrogance. It's once again back to arrogance.
The first film. We've looked at the previous entries in the Scream franchise. Alien 3 was in large part a movie about the emptiness of continuing to make Alien sequels, about the sadism of subjecting these characters to violence and horror over and over again.
The guy who was directing X-Men was like, reading the comics will ruin it. Yeah, it's a thing with all... It's a thing with Hollywood and all forms of media that is not books. And even some books don't get away from this. Hollywood is arrogant. Only bold statements here on the Crooked Show. Only the most bold statements. But Hollywood is arrogant. They are so up their own ass, and I'm going to keep saying that phrase over and over and over again, up their own ass. They think that they are the only ones creating art. Oh, they won't say that. They'll never come out and directly state that what they make is art and everything else is shit. But they certainly behave like it. They certainly, through their actions, show that that's how they how they think of everyone. And especially with the newer forms of media, especially with comic books, especially comic books, video games, and anything involving nerd culture. Me, when Hollywood won't adapt my Chinese book that's over 1,000 chapters, they'll fucking butcher it and you know it. That's what they but like, especially with like newer forms of entertainment, comic books, anime, video games, anything involving like pop culture, nerd stuff, and like they have zero respect for it. They have zero respect for it. They see themselves as so far above this, and that's so childish and so silly. They just don't. It's not the fact that they just don't understand the medium. It's the fact that they have no respect for the medium. They have no respect for it whatsoever. And so when they get like, when the studio comes over and goes, hey, here's a popular IP, we're going to make a video game, we're going to make a movie out of it, they scoff at it. They just scoff at it. They scoff at the idea of it. They scoff at the idea of making this into a movie and like, no, I'm going to use it as a vehicle to make the movie I want to make. And this thing can go fuck itself because it's just a childish little thing. It's just a childish little toy, and I, the real artist in the room, am going to make it better. It's like, it's just arrogance. It's just sheer volumes of arrogance from people, from small-minded people who don't know anything about the world, who've never experienced actual hardship in the world or experienced any type of anything real in their entire lives, which is why most of the movies that come out are vapid as fuck. They're vapid, shallow, and more often than not, the morality is completely inverted so that the heroes are actually villains and the villains are actually heroes because they themselves are fucking, I don't know if they're evil people or just fucking stupid. But I think it's more the latter. I think they're just so stupid that they think they're being smart when they do that. It's literally just a symptom of an idiot, a smart man being written by an idiot. Yeah, I feel like you're reminding me of the Monster Hunter movie. Now, yeah, the Monster Hunter movie, fucking Resident Evil movies. No, you don't even fucking talk about the Monster Hunter movies. We talk about the Resident Evil movies. In the Monster Hunter movie? I have no idea. I didn't watch it. Couldn't tell you about that, CG, if the actors were good in that movie. Mila Jovovich, I never really consider to be a very good actor in anything that she's in. It only gets parts because her husband thinks she's hot. Which, I mean, I guess to say that's... at least they have a good relationship. I guess I gotta say that. At least they love each other. That's all I can say. There was a Resident Evil movie? Have you been living under a rock, Eggs? Yeah, there was like 9 of them. How many Resident Evil movies were there? How many Resident Evil movies are there? Let's see, if we're counting, I didn't know that was a thing, man. Insane. That's crazy, Eggs. I like, everyone's fucking known these movies. They're bad. They're bad. But they're the Mila Jovovich Resident Evil movies. There's Welcome to Raccoon City, that was a TV show, wasn't it? I thought that was a TV show. Or was that a movie? There was, or am I confusing it with the other Resident Evil TV show thing that was made on Netflix that was god-awful? Didn't they make Wesker Black for some reason? There was a TV show. Yeah, wasn't that the one where they made Wesker Black? That's the only thing I remember about it. And that was god-awful. Yes, okay, so I'm confusing it with something else then. Alright, fair enough. Now, I guess I haven't seen Welcome to Raccoon City. But I've seen all the Mila Jovovich ones. Which despite having Resident Evil in the title, have very little to do with Resident Evil and the games. Despite the fact it blatantly fucking steals so much shit from Resident Evil. That it's fucking insane. God, those movies are so terrible. They're so awful, but they're at least they're a very like entertaining awful. I would say I will give the Resident Evil movies this. At least they're so batshit insane that they're fun to watch. I would almost recommend it. That was Lance Riddick. Which one was Lance Riddick? The black guy? But you can give them a watch if you want, Eggs. But they're fun, but they're awful. They're awful, but they're fun. Welcome to Raccoon City's movie. I think you might be thinking of Death Island. Jesus Christ, I don't know CG anymore. I don't know. There's too much. It's too much to keep track of. Anyway, let's continue this video.
The point that it ends with Ripley's death, the lights being turned off, and the sets being sold for scrap.
Do me a favor. Disconnect me. I could be reworked, but I'll never be top of the line again. I'd rather be nothing.
These movies are often underscored with a skepticism about the mechanics of turning an original film into a lifeless machine. Saw 3, for example, is a film in which the protagonist, like the audience, wonders...
I, frankly, was of the opinion that Aliens 3 was shit, but you can I guess jerk off at the subtext all you want, I suppose. If it makes you happy. Yeah, I forgot we were even dealing with Scream at the... Yeah, Scream has not come back into this fucking discussion. We're now fucking 16 minutes into this, and this started with talking about Scream 7. And that has not come back into this conversation at all. Anyone else never seen any of the Aliens movies? Oh, you should. See Alien 1 and Alien 2. Everything else, give it a pass. That's all I gotta tell you. That's all I gotta tell you, CG. 1 and 2, skip everything else. Oh, and Alien, if you are interested in the video game version of it, Alien Isolation's also pretty good. There's also a couple other Alien games that are pretty good, but they're really old, so I'm not sure if you'd really be into them.
Numb from one death trap set piece to the next, and must choose to either be a passive participant or actively complicit in the carnage. At the same time, it's revealed that many of the traps in these films are fundamentally unfair, a rejection of Jigsaw's weird self-help mantra, because his beloved student doesn't actually understand his work at all. Oh, and the film also ends with Jigsaw's gruesome graphic...
I fucking forgot about this part. I'm gonna replay the part. Hold on. I'm replaying the part that I've laughed at. Give it a minute. Give it a minute.
Doesn't actually understand his work at all.
Yeah, here we go. Hold on. Let me rewrite it a little bit more. A little more.
And these films are fundamentally unfair, a rejection of Jigsaw's weird self-help mantra, because his beloved student doesn't actually understand.
The traps, in this time around, the traps are fundamentally unfair. Oh, really? This time around? Despite the fact that Jigsaw's traps are generally completely unfucking fair. Or need I remind you of the first Saw movie that had a man trapped in a basement who had to fucking figure out the combinations to a safe while laced in flammable oil. Oh, by the way, I wrote fuckloads of numbers on the walls, gave you a candle as a light to basically try to see the numbers on the walls, and you had to fucking figure out which of 3 numbers on this fucking wall go to the combination of this safe. Yeah, that was fair. What a fair one that was. I don't know how she could have possibly misunderstood what you were going for. Break your finger or I'm gonna take your eye. Yeah, that one too. Or what about the one where it wasn't in the earlier Saw film? Was it in Saw 2? No, was Saw 1? Where like he had a key behind his fucking eye. No, that was a later one. No, that was a later one. But that was made by Jigsaw. That was Jigsaw's trap. To put a key behind someone's fucking eyeball. And you had to pop out your eye to fucking get the key. I'm pretty sure that trap was made by Jigsaw. Put your hand in the spike toilet. Yeah, put your hand in the spike toilet. Oh, here's the trap of put the key into the wrong door. By the way, there's a loaded gun on the other side that could easily kill any of you fuckers. Before you even realize what the fuck is going on. Like, yeah, totally fair. This was all completely fair. 100%. I gotta let Piper outside. Hold on. Can you go outside? Like, I hope that's not the perspective the writers of this thing actually had on it, and this is just someone waxing philosophically about the deep meanings in Saw 3 like a fucking wanker. They're like, at least I hope to Christ that's not what the actual writers thought they were doing with Saw 3, because that's fucking stupid. That's so fucking stupid. I don't even, what can you even say about that? Aside from the fact you seem to not watch your own fucking movies. You clearly don't seem to know what you're fucking writing for. Or do we need to talk about the fat guy who was locked in the basement with the barbed wire? You had 2 minutes to navigate through a barbed wire maze. Anything with the reverse bear trap? Oh, the reverse bear trap was completely fair. She only had to gut gut a man on the ground like a fucking Tenduli flounder to get a key out of him. That was completely fair. What a reasonable trap, Jigsaw. You fucking sociopath. I don't know how that woman could have possibly have gotten a misunderstanding of what you were about. The whole Jigsaw doesn't kill people thing is so... And this is all to rehabilitate and help people. It's such a crock of shit. It's such a crock of shit. I don't even understand how anyone could say that with a straight fucking face. I just don't get it. I don't get how anyone could even possibly fucking say it. Yeah, like the thing about Jigsaw is that the fact that the thing that people like about Jigsaw is the fact that he thinks that he's morally correct. Not that he is. And like that's the thing. People say that, but he's literally, but like everyone knows, like he has a quote code, but like he is just a serial killer doing serial killer things who's delusional and believes he's right. That's all Jigsaw is, and that's why people like him. The writers seem to think that he's some fucking great moral person, but like, no, he is not. And in fact, him taking a fucking buzzsaw to the throat in this movie is completely justified. I would say it's a completely justified action. I would do the same thing to him because he's fucking insane.
His work at all. Oh, and the film also ends with Jigsaw's gruesome graphic death in a way that feels like a fairly explicit attempt to kill the franchise dead. By the way, good luck with that. There have since been 7 subsequent Saw films, most of which feature incredibly complex machinations.
Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with doing that. By the way, you're still taking that paycheck.
Nations to bring back Tobin Bell as Jigsaw, often via elaborate,
Piranha,
but also entirely convincing flashbacks. Still, it does feel like this ambivalence.
Fucking Joker. Fucking the Joker is no more morally consistent than fucking Jigsaw.
Towards franchising and sequelizing has become increasingly prevalent in recent years. There's a sense of exhaustion within these films about the need to turn them into expansive and unending franchises outside the control of their creative collaborators. In the most recent James Bond movie, the last to be produced by the Broccoli family, No Time to Die, it turns out that James Bond does, in fact, have time to die.
Oh god, those James Bond fucking movies.
Ironically.
Oh god, those James Bond fucking. I find better roles than Vlad the Impaler. At least he was doing it because at least he was doing it to defend the fucking Empire. All right. At least he was doing that to stop the Turks. I can at least agree with that. But like, oh god, the fucking James Bond movies. Love them or hate them, but like the James Bond movies that were made, he hated both sides. Well, he did have a very tumultuous sort of relationship with the monarchy, with his own monarchy, due to the fact that like he was cooed. His father was a defender of Wallachia, and then he was cooed. Nope, it seems my phone died? Oh, it just disconnected for a second. There we go. It just disconnected for a second. But like, because he was... When a child was basically kidnapped by the Ottomans. He wasn't kidnapped by the Ottomans. That's not true, actually. His father was the defender of Wallachia. There was a coup by, I believe, his uncle, which killed his father to take over. He then became a political exile from Wallachia, who then went to the Turks. With him and his brother, they were part of the Turkish Empire for a little while, and then he managed to convince them that he could, if they put him on the throne, that it would be beneficial for them to do so. And then after several fun times, he eventually got involved. He eventually got control of Wallachia, and that was when he would basically due to like. And then the Turks tried to betray him and put someone else on more agreeable on the throne, and then he betrayed them, and it's actually a very convoluted series of events if you go back and look at it. If you go back and look at that history, it's actually a surprisingly convoluted series of events. But yeah, the point is, TLDR, it's a very complicated situation. It's a very complicated situation. Am I straight? I feel like this isn't straight. Is this straight? About who killed Vlad? I think he ended up getting executed by the Ottomans, didn't he? I don't remember. Anyway, when I was talking about Bond, another fucking series of movies that was made as a direct fuck you to James Bond in the entirety of his existence. Again, another cynical series of movies that weren't very good. And really just hated what James Bond is. His head was delivered in the box to the Kingdom of... Oh, okay. But both sides call him the... I mean, he did kill a lot of people, CG. I believe he did do a lot of bad things. I like not to say too much on that, but like he did a lot of bad things. Let me let the dog inside. Hold on. Like I remember the I remember when he had one of the stories was like there were like Turkish ambassadors who came to talk to him, and he was like telling them to remove their hats, and he's like, oh, we can't remove our hats, it's part of our faith. And he says, say no more, and nails it to his fucking head, and nails their hats to their fucking heads. He wasn't exactly a very nice person. He didn't really make a lot of friends. Like he never wanted to be impaled on a... Oh yeah, like I never want to be impaled on a stake. Anyway, James Bond, another series that's made by people who hate James Bond, and it died as it should have.
Just as the series ascends from a set of films into a fully formed, multi-branched, multimedia shared universe.
And both of those died. Note that despite the fact that they tried, it turns out John Wick can't survive outside of John Wick. Shocking. 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 Well, a shocking series of events that the only reason people gave a fuck about the John Wick movies is because of Keanu Reeves and John Wick. Crazy. He just left a golden chalice by the river, and no one had the balls to take it. Would you take the chalice of a man who literally skewers you from ass to mouth, and leaves you up in the fucking and leaves you in the streets for everyone to see? I wouldn't. I ain't fucking doing that. You can have all the fucking testicular fortitude you want, it ain't gonna fucking save you. Well, everyone loves Keanu Reeves. But that's the thing. People love John Wick because of Keanu Reeves. And when they tried to do Ballerina, No one showed up to watch it. Why? Because it's not John. Because they're not here for fucking multi-universe. They're not here for an extended universe shit. They're not here for any of that. They're here for John Wick. They're here for Keanu. And without him, no one cares. And Continental, I don't even know if anyone even watches that fucking show. I've never heard anything about it. I don't know if anyone watches that. But anyway.
We've talked a lot about Scream 7, but it does feel notable here that Scream 6 involves a climax that takes place in a museum to the franchise's history that is owned by a set of killers who really don't care about horror movies at all.
For me, they're just a little dark.
And hell, even if we just want to talk about Kevin Williamson,
That's
it's
a
worth noting
little
that the recent reboot of his I Know
Shouldn't
What
say
You
it.
Did Last
Shouldn't
Summer
say it.
series,
Shouldn't say it.
built around the revelation that one of the
It's a little
characters in
dumb.
the original film has become a serial killer in order to drive up interest in the story and effectively reboot the intellectual property.
I had to make people remember. So here we are. It's 1997 all over again.
No one
Isn't
gave a
that
shit about what I know what you did last summer when it was new. Get over
Ridley
it.
Scott's Alien Covenant taps into that recurring sense of a creative frustrated by the constraints of modern franchise media.
Again, it's like the fucking it's the modern media. It's the Gen X's stranglehold on modern media that they rebooted I Know What You Did Last Summer. No one gave a fuck about I Know What You Did Last Summer when it came out. No one gives a fuck about it now. No one asked them to do that. They did it anyway because notable IP. I tried watching it. They never seemed interested. I Know What You Did Last Summer? Yeah. Yeah, because it's not good. It wasn't a good movie. No one liked it. It's like oh, the whole point of this video we were watching, if you weren't here for the earlier part, was that it's Gen X stranglehold on Hollywood is why all these sequels. Oh no, I heard I tried watching The Continental. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll take it as gospel that sound like it wasn't very good. But like again, like the whole point of this video is like, oh, the Gen X has a stranglehold on IPs, and we just can't get past our nostalgia and blaming the audience for everything. No one fucking asked you to make a goddamn sequel to I Know What You Did Last Summer. No one fucking asked for that. Not a single fucking person asked for that. And you did it anyway. It was too dark as in they couldn't see anything. Lighting is always an issue.
Following Scott's more ambitious but divisive Prometheus, Covenant is a much more formulaic meat and potatoes.
That's because Prometheus was shit. Prometheus was a fucking horrendous movie. Like, oh, you see, we didn't like the new thing that we did that was in the, like, for starters, it was a prequel to Aliens. It wasn't even a new thing. And second off, it was terrible. I'll take your word on it. Anyway, snaking is what I know what an Ouroboros is. I know that. I played enough Resident Evil 5 to know what that is. But but no, Prometheus was a bad movie. It spawned the whole meme of the Prometheus school of running away from things. Which was a meme spawn because one of the scenes in the movies was two characters running away from a thing that was rolling towards them, and they just ran directly away from it, where if they would have moved to the left or right at any point, they would have lived. But for some reason, they just kept running forward until one of them died. For no reason whatsoever. It was such a fucking surreal scene that everyone was just like, that was fucking stupid. To the point it was memed on for a while. It was memed on for a long period of time.
Alien sequel.
On the internet.
It feels like the movie is conflicted on this push back to the familiar franchise framework. David, a survivor from Scott's previous Alien film, laments that his successors no longer have the freedom to indulge their creative impulses.
You are not allowed to create. You are too human, too idiosyncratic, thinking for yourself.
We're not allowed to create. We just can't make anything new. Oh, Lord. Woe is me, the director, who can't make anything new. It's a mean that if you're in the middle of a plateau and you move anywhere to the left or right, you're fine. But if you run in a straight line, I have to show you the scene. I'll have to show you the scene. Give me a moment. Un momento. Here, we're gonna play it without sound. Here we are. Alright. Here it is. If you pulled out a laptop. I don't have a laptop to pull out. That would be funny though. Alright, so here's the scene. I'll make it bigger for you guys. So this ship is basically shaped like a ring. So it landed on its side and it's rolling towards them. Alright? You might get a cutaway shot to see how big this thing is. Alright, so this thing's rolling towards them. It's rolling, it's on its side. Literally could go to the left or right at any point and get away from this thing. They're still running forward and not doing anything to avert this horrible situation. She's still she falls forward. Won't go anywhere. Oh, this is a different movie. This one's a different movie, but same thing, same concept. Look. Like, see, here's the ring. It's rolling towards them. There it is. There they are. Yeah, you're in the middle of a flat out wheel. Yeah, no, they can go anywhere. No, they could go anywhere. They could go anywhere to get around this thing. They don't. They literally die. Well, one of them literally dies. The second person who was running there falls over and just gets out of the way. The other person just falls over and dies. Fucking stupid. It was so fucking dumb. And again, that's the movie that Ridley Scott goes, no, we just can't indulge in our creativity. Maybe if you just made something good, Ridley Scott, you could indulge in your creativity. I'm just saying, those who can't make tend up just making the one that you're only as good as the last thing you fucking make, and he's been making nothing but shite for years. Yeah, it would have made sense. But hey, that would be you being a better writer than the person who wrote that. You know, Ridley Scott.
Following models with fewer complications.
However, the film ends with David hijacking Covenant for his own purposes. A demented creative stealing control of a franchise blockbuster to indulge his weirder impulses. As a movie, Covenant feels like
stealing control of the finance. Again, and now we're back around to the skin suits. Here is the fundamental problem that pisses people off, that people don't like. The thing this is their little plan. If they can't make the movie that they want to make, because the cat's on the table, which is why everything's shaking. If they can't make the movie that they want to make, they're going to steal the movie, quote, steal the movie, and then make their movie with the skin of the movie that you like. Which is why so many movies, despite being like, oh, it's like Obi-Wan, for instance, for this Obi-Wan TV show, has very little, is very, 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 very different than what you think a show involving Obi-Wan would be. And that's why they didn't want, the person who wrote it didn't want to make an Obi-Wan TV show. He wanted to make his own thing, but he hated the fact that he got saddled with Obi-Wan. So now he's using Obi-Wan as a vehicle to tell his own story. So it's a Skinwalker movie, basically. That's basically what he just said there. There's going to be a Skinwalker movie, where it's just they're going to take the movie of the thing that you like, and they're going to put a different movie in its place. And 9 times out of 10, it's complete fucking garbage. Because guess what? The reason why the thing that they wanted to make in the first place was never fucking made was because it was ass. They couldn't get it greenlit on its own because it was shit, and everyone could see it was shit. And they instead acted petulantly and just slapped it onto your movie. You're welcome. You're welcome, they say, with a straight face. Disgusting. Disgusting behavior. Did you hate to see it?
A gigantic metaphor for the creative impulses wrestling within itself and within larger franchise
It's all a
entertainment at that moment in
metaphor.
time.
Chat, remember,
Still,
it's
perhaps
all a
the most
metaphor.
overt recent example of this
I'm
trend is
metaphorically
Paul Rudd's Joker
gagging
2,
here.
Folie à Deux, Electric Boogaloo. The first film in the franchise won the Golden Lion at Venice, won Best Actor at the Academy Awards, and grossed over $1 billion. Quite impressive for an R-rated Martin Scorsese fanfic.
And they'll say
Still, Martin Scorsese fanfic or not,
and then
it
they
was clear that
say,
according to the rules of the marketplace, a sequel had to happen. So much of Folie à Deux is a film that seems to actively punish its audience.
this is really pointed towards entirety of modern Star Wars. Oh, but yes, pretty much. That's the entirety of modern Star Wars. It's just vehicle for. It's pretty much all. It's like I can point at basically any modern movie. Any modern movie written in Hollywood pretty much these days are all just skinwalker movies. They're all skinwalker movies of people who don't want to make the movies that they were contracted to make, and instead are using the movie as a vehicle to tell the shitty movie that they couldn't get greenlit on its own. That's Star Wars, that's Star Trek, that's fucking Doctor Who, that's basically every pre-established franchise movie that exists in Hollywood today. Made by a bunch of cynical fuckers who just hate. Who just, yeah, they just hate. They just hate. They just hate. They hate you. They hate everyone. They hate themselves. And they just want to, and they just want to fucking, they just want to fucking ruin it. They just want to fucking ruin it. Because they think that if they ruin the franchise, somehow they'll get what they want. I mean, when an ancient dagger painted by a caveman points to the ruins and 9-1... We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that, CG. We're not talking about that. Nope. Nope. I'm not going to mention the dagger used by the Sith guy whose name is literally Uchi, who decided that he needed to write his home fucking address on a knife he uses to stab people with. We're not gonna talk about that. We're not talking about it. We're not talking about it.
For expecting and demanding a sequel to a film that was never meant to support one. The film wallows in its lead character.
No one demanded a sequel to this. No one demanded a sequel to this. In fact, the only person who demanded a sequel to the Joker was the person who was the person who wrote it. That person demanded a sequel because that person hates you and hates that you like the Joker. He literally said this. He literally said this. He hates that you like the Joker and you weren't supposed to like it, and he just fucking hates you for it. And so he's just going to ruin it because you liked it.
Character's suffering, refusing to
I
give
already
the
talked
audience
about that.
catharsis. Arthur is impotent and weak. The closest thing that the film has.
Yeah, it almost like it bastardizes everything the character was set up as. It's almost like it cynically ruins everything about the previous movie for no other reason than a fuck you got mine. Weird. How strange.
To an action sequence is the character trying to escape his own psychotic fans. At the end of the movie, he is rejected by his lover. Hell, at one point, he even literally stares down the barrel of a literal camera and says this directly to the audience.
Because I can't be who you want me to be.
There is no Joker.
Arthur ends the movie bleeding out on the floor, as presumably a Joker reboot happens right behind him.
He doesn't just bleed out on the fucking floor. He doesn't just fucking, I can't be who you want her to be. He literally gets broken down by authority to the point that he gets fucking raped he gets gang raped in fucking jail, by the way. And he spends the end of the movie bleeding out on the ground with the movie basically telling you, do what authority tells you or we'll fucking kill you. But hey, you know, that's one way to end the movie that was completely necessary and just had to be done this way.
It's all very mean-spirited and vindictive.
Yeah.
In a way that effectively lights $200 million of Warner Brothers money on fire while standing atop the pile. It is not an enjoyable film to watch by any.
No, it's not. It's not an enjoyable film to watch at all. And if you're gonna tell me that it's not supposed to be, it's a deep philosophical blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying the man who fucking made this movie should never be allowed to make a movie ever again. If he's gonna burn money, he should be burning his own fucking money. Me when Joker proves a dystopian when my movie about Joker proves a dystopian world, yeah, basically. I don't even think the people who wrote this movie even realize that, because so wrapped up in their own fucking hatred for the audience. I don't even think they realize that's what they fucking wrote.
Measure. But it is at least impressive how much it is committed to the bit. You may have noticed that there is a sense of these sequels in some
sure,
ways.
Why not?
Attempts to protect the sanctity of the original work from the exploitation of the modern studio system. The desire to strip mine any artistic work for commercial.
I'm not sure how you're protecting your original work by burning it all to the ground yourself, but what do I know about protecting things? Frankly, I would have just, let's try to make a good movie and keep it going as long as possible. If they're going to make it anyway, then I would rather take the thing that I love and try to improve upon my work. Try to improve upon what I thought was my peak and do even better than it. Maybe this can go further. Maybe this can go higher. Instead of just, wallowing in self-pity and burning the whole fucking thing to the ground. But what do I know? What do I know about protecting things, huh? I mean, if it's gonna happen anyway, Viper, get out from under the table. If you're gonna fucking do it anyway, I'm just saying. I'm gonna be honest, the idea of a serial killer running into a murder museum that's dedicated to themselves sounds like a really cool movie. Well, yeah, Scream 7 did it, and it did it in a very cynical way that basically was just going, how dare the audience like these things. Anyway.
Value through a process of cultural fracking that would seek to reduce the original.
That just sounds like House of Wax, actually, CG.
Formula, short of any identity or perspective. However, these confrontational sequels are often also in conversation with audiences who have perhaps misinterpreted the earlier work.
They didn't understand it.
A lot of these films very aggressively rebuke audiences who uncritically embrace the protagonists of the original work, whether
is it the audience didn't understand it, or you just turned into a fuckwit? That's the thing. I wouldn't know, I haven't seen it. Fair enough. But in terms of the audience interpreting things in general, in that argument thing, many of these movies, directors, writers, actors, people who have worked on this stuff in the past, worked on this stuff years ago, especially if they're making it in the modern era, they're very different people than what they were back in the day. They view everything very differently. They view the whole system very differently, and they view their own works very differently. I frankly choose to believe that whether or not the audience didn't misinterpret anything, and that you just maybe the audience did misinterpret some things, but you definitely are looking at things in the worst way possible. You are definitely looking at these people who write these movies and direct these movies, even when they go back to people who actually worked on the originals, definitely do not view their own property in the same way that they used to, and seem to have a severe amount of self-loathing not self-loathing, but a hatred for the property that which they worked on, to the point that they'll just make shit up that wasn't in previous movies and just say that it was. And for instance, like this character in Godfather, who apparently the audience thought was actually kind of a cool character. He was a cool guy. And then Godfather 2, they're just like, well, fuck you. You weren't supposed to like him. He's actually a bad man. So now we're going to make him, now we're going to have him have a melancholy, dark side to him, a loneliness to him, which is just like, it's such a strange, how to phrase it? It's such a strange, indignant feeling to have towards your audience for liking characters in your movie, that you put in your movie, and then getting butthurt because they didn't like them exactly the way you wanted them to. You know? You're like, you just didn't understand. Like, audience liked what they liked, man. They just saw the character, they saw what he did, and they disagreed with you. They disagreed on what the character... Because just because you made the thing doesn't mean you're right. It doesn't mean you have the correct interpretation of what the character actually is. Or rather, that maybe your interpretation of what... or rather, what you wrote as a character and what you thought that character as is not actually correct based on the information that you present in your film. Or rather, it's a rather warped view. Or it's a rather warped view, I guess would be the way to say it. Because, like, the audience doesn't have the same information the creator of the thing does. For instance, this character right here. They know a lot more about this character than any audience member would ever know, even unless they write literally everything down about what this character is supposed to be. But the audience only has the information that you give them, and if the information you give them tells them, and they come away with like, oh, this actually with this information like this, this guy's actually a pretty cool character. He's actually pretty cool. I like him. Like, it's like, is that really a failing on their part, or is that a failing on your part? You know, like, is that their fault that they like a character with the information that they have? Did you convey the information correctly? Did you convey all the information they need to know on whether or not they did it? Are you correct? Are you in the right state of mind when you're writing this character to think that this is actually bad, or is this actually good, and you're the one who's wrong? Right? Like it's the thing. Like, just because you made the thing doesn't mean you're necessarily correct. Many characters and many works and many views are just the views of the writer and their little personal beliefs. And with their personal beliefs, just because you wanted the audience to engage with it in a certain way doesn't mean that they have to. It doesn't mean that they're going to. And you just kind of have to accept that. You just kind of accept that as a writer, not be a fucking bitch about it. Not be such a little fucking bitch about it. And you have a hissy fit because the audience just didn't like it the way you wanted them to. At the end of the day, maybe you're just fucking wrong. Maybe the thing you thought was shit was actually awesome. Maybe it's a you problem and not the audience's problem. But no, it's always the fucking audience that's at fault. The audience is wrong. It's the fucking Simpsons memes of... It's the Simpson meme of, am I the one who's out of touch? No. It's the children who are wrong. But that's why I feel like what it is so many times with these films. It's just a fucking writer or director who's just up his own ass. It's just up his own ass and just will not possibly try to see things from someone else's perspective on how they may see a character. They made it, so they must be right. And if they made the character and they see that character in a certain way, and since they are the authority on the matter, that means they are absolutely correct and everyone else is wrong. It's just sheer arrogance. The sheer arrogance of it. Like they have a hatred of success, a hatred of property success. Yeah, they do incredibly so. I should watch American Psycho. You should. It's a good movie.
Michael and the Godfather.
It was a son, and I had it killed because this must all end.
Jigsaw and the Saw films.
Jesus
or
Christ.
Arthur and Joker.
Fucking, was that just like did she just have an abortion? What? No wonder he fucking hit her. Jesus Christ. Have you seen Iron Lung? I have not seen that movie yet. No, I have not seen it yet. I hear it's very, very good. Cookie will not stop talking about it. But it's, every time I bring it up, at least. I've been waiting for a chance to watch it, but I don't know if it's come out yet, out of theaters. Has it come out yet out of theaters? Can I watch it on a streaming site or Markiplier's channel? I don't know if I can yet or not.
Villains of Scream 7 are nostalgia-driven fans who just want to see Sidney suffer. This is undoubtedly a large part of Lana Wachowski's The Matrix Resurrection.
Seeing opening weekend, I wanted to go see it opening weekend. I just didn't have the time. And I ended up missing it. I kind of regret that. I should have went and seen it.
A film which is in large part about the inevitability of Warner Brothers making another Matrix movie.
They informed me they're going to do it with or without us.
Again, just writes this whole... The Wachowskis just write this whole fucking scene in The Matrix 4 about how they're going to make... which was basically, as they said, that was their entire meeting with Warner Brothers, what they wrote in this movie, about making a sequel to The Matrix, and that they were going to, they're going to make it with or without us, so we're going to do it because they said they were going to make it anyway. And it was just like, okay. So why is Matrix 4 so fucking awful? Okay, you're just like, okay, kind of sucks, but whatever. We're going to have to do it. I'm going to say without it streaming. I'd rent it if it was out ready for renting. But anyway, not important. I'm sure I'll hear when it's ready for me to be rented or bought from somewhere. I'd probably buy it. It sounds like a movie that's right up my alley, so I feel like I'd buy it. If I could buy a physical copy of it, that'd be fucking sweet. But anyway, they're like, man, these people are like, oh, well, we're gonna have to make the movie anyway, and instead of just making a movie that's fucking good, we instead made a movie that hates its own audience. Why would you? I just try to make something good. Okay, you're not in the mood, you don't really wanna, and it's but they're gonna make it anyway. But if you don't really want to do it, just don't do it then. Let someone else take over who has some creative juices flowing and likes The Matrix and wants to do something with it. Is that such a terrible thing? Would that be such a terrible thing? You clearly seem to hate your own franchise at this point. So what's the big deal? Oh no, I'm the only one who can burn this to the ground? You already did that with Matrix 2 and Matrix 3 anyway. That's what's even the point.
The original Matrix is a beautiful piece of work. It's also a deeply personal artistic statement from the two women who made it. Over time, Lana and Lily Wachowski have both talked about how the film is in many ways about their journey towards accepting their trans identity.
I'm glad that it has gotten out.
Okay, that's a crock of shit, but anyway. That's a crock of shit, but anyway. Because that's clearly not what the movie was about at all. And they had no... That shit only popped up much later down the line. That shit popped up way later down the line. So I think this is more retroactive than anything.
That, that was the original intention, but the world wasn't quite ready at a corporate level. The corporate world wasn't ready for it, so...
In subsequent years, as Lana...
Yeah, the corporate world wasn't ready for it. Yeah, now that they're making... Yeah, that's the thing. I only really heard about anything like that pop up when Matrix 4 was coming out. And so it feels very adding meaning retroactively to something that wasn't made that way. That wasn't made to have that meaning in it. But anyway, that's not really that important. That's irrelevant.
Talked about her teenage suicidal ideation rooted in her dysmorphia.
I began to believe voices in my head that I was a freak, that I am broken, that there is something wrong with me, that I will never be lovable.
Well, not to be too mean, but you decided to walk up on stage in front of the Human Rights Campaign with that hair. You might be a little weird.
Her story about going down to a train platform in Chicago cannot help but evoke the imagery from the climax of The Matrix.
I let the B train go by because I know the A train will be next and it doesn't stop.
You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability. It is the sound of your death.
Underscoring how deeply personal the film is to both artists. However,
not to say that these films aren't personal to them, I'm sure it is.
By a variety of bad faith actors. The film's red pill has become synonymous with misogyny, while The Matrix
Excuse me, what? Oh, wait. Hold on. What? Wait, what? Wait. Hold on. Back the fuck up. Excuse me. Hold on. Did I hear that right?
has also been claimed in the culture wars by a variety of bad faith actors. The film's red pill has become synonymous with misogyny, while The Matrix itself has been co-opted by paranoid conspiracy theorists. The Wachowski sisters...
I'm pretty sure the red pill was just was for conservatism in general, but anyway, we're just going with misogyny, are we? And the blue pill is just conspiracy theorists. No. Quite a fucking... What a weird tangent. Like, looking back at movies...
Whoever is making
you shocked, please shoot them. I'm sorry, he brought up the wildest fucking point that had nothing to do with this. And more about what you want to do with the machines, or what you want to do, or you want to make your own decisions. I would think, but like, it's been co-opted by the culture war, and then now it's just now the red pill is just misogyny. Like that has nothing. That's not how anyone uses it. Second off, that has nothing to do with anything we have been talking about. That has absolutely nothing to do with any point in this video. It was such a wrong interpretation. It feels like a wrong interpretation. It just feels just blatantly deliberate of someone just wanting to get a little fucking jab of his own politics in here. Just like, man, I got a little political point. I got a little political hatchet I need to fucking grind. That's like just brought in out of nowhere in a video that has nothing to do with this.
Sisters have pushed back on this, often fairly overtly. The Matrix Resurrections addresses this quite directly.
They took your story, something that meant so much to people like me, and turned it into something trivial.
However, there are two aspects of The Matrix Resurrections that distinguish it from so many recent self-hating sequels. The first is that, while it is skeptical of the forces like capitalism that have willed it into being, and while it radiates contempt for a particular kind of obsessive who fixates on its shallow trappings, it understands that these movies meant a lot to people who did not always feel seen in contemporary culture. As much as The Matrix Resurrections pushes away those who
that is anger.
The worst bad faith reading
my red pill is blood
into the text, it has nothing but love for those who found true value in the work. The other aspect?
That is true. It's funny hearing you read. Oh, thank you, Stone. Oh god, it's 10:30. Oh fuck, where did the time go? Oh shit. Let's finish this video, and then I'm gonna have to go to bed. I'm gonna have to be done because I did not realize what time it was.
That elevates the Matrix.
No, it's 8:30. It's 10:30 here, motherfucker.
That we mentioned is that rather than simply taking the budget that Warner Brothers has given her and vindictively setting
I haven't even finished half of it. Goddamn.
Wachowski clearly cares about these characters in this world.
But anyway, as I was saying, at least I'll give Matrix for this, as opposed to all the other self-hating sequels. It at least didn't blame the audience for it. Oh, I think my phone actually died. Yeah, my phone actually died, so I think we're gonna have to be done regardless. We'll just turn off the tiny monitor then. We'll turn off the tiny monitor to have the main monitor on.
For her parents, in the film's focus on the romance between Neo and Trinity.
I was hoping this lasts long. Goddamn motherfucker, it's almost five and a half hours.
Kind of needed to have all of these people around who knew my parents.
And the film is very clearly an attempt to give the character of Trinity, who was often seen as something of a plot device in those earlier films, her due. It is an attempt by Wachowski to go back and to revise her earlier work and to clarify her own authority.
Her due. She didn't do anything. She wasn't a very important character to the film. Sorry, she was just the love interest. Sorry. That's the truth.
And voice within it. The Matrix Resurrections is quite candid about why it exists, and very skeptical of the world that has not only made it possible, but also
Good night, eggs.
But it also uses its existence in service of letting Lana Wachowski make one last statement about the world that she helped build.
You gave us something we never thought we could have. Another chance.
That's kind of beautiful. This, in the end, is the thing.
It's kind of beautiful, except that it was awful. And I doubt there's gonna be another Matrix for a long time.
As the industry becomes increasingly nostalgic,
I had to.
Existing intellectual properties of iconography, it is inevitable that people producing this material, increasingly treated as content, and perhaps inevitably as slop, will grow more and more cynical about the process, and push
It's grass.
back in what limited ways they can. The worst of these films, like Scream 7, are the most cynical, which radiate contempt for an audience that they also shamelessly pander to, critiquing the thing while doing the thing, and assuming that the audience is too stupid to notice or care that they're being condescended to. One tier up from movies like Scream 7 are the films that are open and honest in their contempt, which do the audience...
I don't know if that's a fucking step up, but alright, I'll give you that one. At least one that's like fucking... another thing is open and honest in their contempt. They're both open and honest in their contempt. One just thinks you're an idiot, and the other one fucking hates you. But they both have absolute contempt for you. It's not exactly better.
Their own frustration at their existence. These are movies that don't urinate on the audience's leg and tell them that it's raining.
Yes, it does. This one doesn't urinate on its fucking leg. It urinates on your face and tells you to go fuck yourself. That's very different.
The best of these films, however?
One blames itself and the other blames you, and either which is better. No, they both blame you. Both of them blame you, just for different reasons. One blames you for keeping a franchise alive. The other one blames you for not hating the thing you were supposed to hate. Both of them hate you, though, and blame you for everything.
Are the films that can do all of that and more, acknowledging the cynical nature of their own existence while celebrating the best parts of what came before and using the platform of a massive franchise to say something personal and profound.
That's how we're gonna win. Not fighting what we hate.
Oh,
saving what we love.
Oh, fuck. You did not bring up The Last Jedi in this. Oh, God. Help me. Please. You did not bring up that stupid, godforsaken line and unironically tell me that's the way we need to move going forward. How would just make good products? You know what? I know a perfect solution for all this. The best solution. The best, most amazing, crooked, 100% approved way to solve this fucking problem that we're having in media right now. Why don't we just make something good? And not worry about whether or not it's a pre-established IP or not. Let's bring the budget down so that we're not having to sell the fucking, or not having to take a 6 mortgage on someone's fucking house in order to fucking pay for these goddamn movies, and just make something good. Because again, as I was saying throughout this entire movie, this entire fucking video, it is 100% a burden that the movie theater has put upon itself that forces them into the position where they want to go for guaranteed successes that cause this problem for them. And this is a burden they have put themselves upon, this burden they have done to themselves. It's not the audience's fault that they go to see these movies because they're the only fucking movies being made. It's not their fault that they go see something safe because fucking Crapmaster de jour number 89 made his whimsical fart piece to fucking to wax philosophically about the woes of capitalism for the 900th fucking time, so that he could go hold his hand out for the fucking Oscar that he doesn't deserve. So they go fucking see a Marvel movie because they want to be entertained and not browbeat like a simpleton. And it's like, oh, God, help me. Lord, give me the strength to deal with the inadequacies of my fellow man, because it is fucking rough down here. Funny how all socialism leads to communism. I mean, socialism, communism, fascism, Nazism, it's all the fucking same.
Maybe that's worth.
But anyway.
I've been Darren Mooney, and this was The Backdrop.
God, that was even worse than I remembered. God, this video was even worse than I remembered. It's all just a horseshoe curve. It's just a fucking circle, man. It's not even a horseshoe. It stopped being a horseshoe ages ago. It's just a fucking circle. Anyway, God, that video was fucking awful. God, that video was awful. It hurt me in ways so profound. We ended with politics. Obviously controversial politics. Communism, socialism's fucking stupid. Wow. What a fucking bold statements here on the Crooked Channel. Only bold statements here on the Crooked Channel. Anyway, let's see who we can raid. I'm going to have to be done because my phone is dead and it's 10:30 and man, I need to go to bed. I need to go wind down for a little while because I'm fucking still amped. Let's raid Aliona. No, communism, you need a functioning fucking brain to realize that that's idiotic. That the whole system's idiotic. The whole system of communism's idiotic. And you should just and you're better off just doing anything else. Feudalism would be a infinitely better idea than communism. Anyway, thank you all for coming. I appreciate you all. I hope you all had fun watching me yell at the clouds for several fucking hours. And there may be more of this in the future. It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun to start ranting and raving like a madman. So, you know, that's good. I will figure out what I'm doing the rest of the next week tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing yet. I got a few games. I do want to gather up my indie horror games again and get that list of things going because that would be fun. I know we're going to be playing Resident Evil 5 with Zoomy on Tuesday. And we will probably be done with it this Tuesday if everything goes well. We're pretty close to the end, I think. Beyond that, it'll probably be more gaggle of indie horror games. A Saturday stream, I'll figure out what the fuck I'm doing with that. And a Sunday stream, I'll figure out what the fuck I'm doing with that. So, I hope everyone had a good time. I'll see you all later. Everyone have a good one. Goodbye.